uh, just briefing you about the agenda for the day. It's a very important event. All of you are already on a professional platform now. Today we are having a conference on international conference on innovation in visual arts. Every one of you sitting here should be utmost attentive. No headphones. Please be available with a pen, paper, or a diary if you have. Take notes of all the speakers. We will be joined by many international people, which will be joining throughout the world to guide you. There will be many research scholars throughout India from very prestigious university who will be presenting the paper. It will be developing your research skills. It will be making you understand how the things you will be progressing within the next years. Couple of first year students here, second year, third year, fourth year, and especially the master students who will be getting the knowledge how to write research papers, how to present the papers. So meanwhile, you will be developing the skills. So be very attentive throughout the day. There will be people and all the volunteers which I have assigned yesterday from second year, third year, fourth year, and CRs, please meet me up front.
To our eminent
recording in progress.
Delegates from both corporate and academic fields. I extend a warm welcome to all the speakers here and to all my faculty colleagues and dear students, and also the paper presenters who will be with us shortly. We are today discussing about innovation in visual art, ICIVA'22 conference, and the theme for this year is going to be Art and Design, Practice and Research, Challenges and Opportunities in 21st Century, and various speakers will be debating and deliberating on various points. Now I request our Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, to address the gathering and welcome the guests. Please, sir. So in this conference, we'll be having an inaugural session, and then also we'll be having 3 academic sessions. One talking about the visual art and the impact of visual culture, and the second will be on technology and development of technology and opportunities and challenges in technology, and the third will be dealing with artistic practice and research. Now I request Sir to please address the gathering.
A very good morning to all. Good morning. There should be energy. Very good. Can you do it faster? I would like to welcome all the delegates of the International Conference on Innovations in Visual Arts with the theme Art and Design, Practice and Research, Challenges and Opportunities in 21st Century, which is being organized by MIT School of Fine Arts, MIT University. At MIT, what we believe that whatever programs we are offering, those should be in tune with the requirement of the relevant field. In this case, it is the fine arts. We tend to create platforms for interaction with the artists, designer, animators, where the basic motive is knowledge sharing. When we say we are doing a conference which has got the participation from across the world, research papers are there. Idea is this to create a platform for knowledge sharing for all as academicians, students and researchers getting benefit out of it. We ourselves as a faculty want to update with what is happening in the field of visual art. Every year we do this conference. I'm happy to share with all the registered delegates and the participants that every year we get the good support and the motivation and the encouragement when the leading artists, academicians from across the world join us and the industry members also join us in our this endeavor and share their views with the researchers. So it's not only research papers, but it is also the forum where we get to know from the leading figures in the field also what innovations are taking place in the field. That provides us a background for developing our course curriculums, program structure, and more important, what I feel that yes, we are there to teach. We have got the senior faculty members, experienced faculty members who are mentoring these students, but it's very important for us to have the interface with the industry members, academicians, and the artists from across the world to know and get the new directions also. Next slide, bro. I'll just, how to go to next slide. Just a minute.
Gentlemen, nothing is visible.
Meantime, I must welcome our esteemed guests for the day. Today, we are honored to have Professor John Zika, from the School of Art and Design, Western Carolina University, USA. Thank you, Professor Zika, for being here. I would like students should give a big clap to Professor Zika because it's almost midnight there, and I requested Professor Zika, and he agreed. He said I should be one of the first speaker. I know it's the night time, but I wanted Professor Zika to join, and I'm very happy that he was one of the first to join. I would also like to welcome Sri Advait Tugadayakji, Director General, NCMA, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Sri Jatin Das, eminent artist and the Chairman, JD Center of Art for this session. He may be joining shortly. Sri Sanjay Tiwari, CEO, GUXT Consultant. Sri Satish Gupta ji, eminent artist, and Sri Veer Munshi, eminent artist for this session. This conference has got, as we said, that broadly it is on the innovations in the visual arts. There are 3 sessions: impact of visual art culture, role of technology in art and design, and art education and the practice in contemporary times. We have got the eminent speakers throughout the day. In the second session, we will have the Ms. Nandini Bagla, Senior Artist, USA, Mr. Zazal Homa Wazir, Animation Professional, and Mr. Vinay Vikram Singh, CEO, Twin Brain, also joining us as the keynote speaker. Then we have got the research papers. I just want to run through because all our eminent speakers are here. That there are the research papers from the various institutes and the universities related to the fine arts and the visual arts, and these are the institutes to which they are representing. Screen sharing. For students, I must say, it's a wonderful opportunity to know from the researchers across the world. IT team will show to speakers also that we have got approximately 500 students who are here. I must also share with all of you, it's a new format which we've experimented. All these speakers are invited online, while this conference is being attended by more than 500 students in campus. The camera person can just show the towards the visual, and all of them are in auditorium, are going to listen to all the researchers and the speakers here, and we are very much here. So this is a new format. As I said, that technology has become a big enabler, that we are being able to listen to the people from different geographical areas. And if we say that the moment we talk about the field of the visual art, we have seen that in the recent times, the technology has become a big enabler there also. We have seen a tough time of last 2.5 years or more than that, which was known as the COVID era. What has seen that the art galleries were not operating, business was not happening much, people were much scared to move. But things are changing. We have seen that art fair have started again after a gap of 2 years. If I talk about the Indian context in Delhi, art galleries have started again witnessing the business. I'm not the right person. We have got the eminent artists here. They are the right people to speak about that. But yes, there is a positivity there exactly. But one thing is very important. There are the new areas which have emerged. Like, for example, if we talk about the field, we were offering the painting, applied art, animation, visual communication. But I think so everybody has seen in the last few years that the programs which has got the technological inputs have actually progressed very well. Whether it may be the e-content, requirement of the e-content, requirement of the, due to COVID, the online teaching has, or the online lessons or the online classes have become a buzzword. So there has been the new career avenues which have opened up and become very strong also. But as I said that COVID has got a lot of issues, but I think so it has provided us an opportunity also to think that what is life if it happens, something like which was unexpected happened. So now, many other places, I think so, there is a mix or the blend of the models which is being operated. Like as I give an example in academics, we are being able to do the international conference while we are doing it online. Similarly, the moment I remember many years back, online business, if I talk about another area about the design, many areas were very confined, very secretive. I talk about, to give example, slightly away from the, not far away, but slightly away from the arts. If I talk about a fashion, I still remember a way back, 2 decades back, they were the French design houses, which were very secretive. I'll use the term secretive. And it was not very easy to get the access to go to those couture houses and visit them. You need to visit them with an appointment. I remember while I was studying in US, you need to take an appointment. You just can't walk in like we walk into any mall. No, you can't. Because it was all about that we are doing designs which are highly exclusive. It is for the exclusive customers like that. But I think so that time had changed. Online business has become very strong. So probably the models have got changed. Everybody started thinking whether that exclusivity will give me only business or I need to put it up in an online platform. Or anyway, those elements of the exclusivity will go away once it comes out in the market. Something similar when we talk about earlier, maybe people may be buying only from the galleries, but the online business has become very strong. So we would like to know from all the eminent panel members who are here to share their knowledge with us and enlighten the students and researchers and the paper presenters who are also from the field of academics. Thank you once again, and I look forward to have a whole day full with the knowledge sharing, and I hope there will be output for the students. They should be able to enhance their knowledge as the researcher and should be able to know how can they move further in this field. Thank you once again to all the esteemed members who have joined us. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting up the tone for the conference today. With this, I'd like to invite our first speaker, Professor John Zika, Professor Emeritus, School of Art and Design.
Yes.
Western Carolina University. Professor John Zika is Professor Emeritus in the School of Art and Design at Western Carolina University, USA, where he has taught design and media arts for 35 years. His international speaking engagements and exhibitions include St. Petersburg, Russia, Barcelona in Spain, Lisbon, Portugal, New Delhi, Noida, Vadodara, Shantiniketan in India. His artwork has been featured in Bernard Binal, Kathleen Ewing Gallery, Society of Publication Designers, New York, American Institute of Graphic Arts, Art Direction Zone 1 Contemporary, The Light Factory, and Asheville Art Museum. His work has been published in Metropolis Magazine, Print Magazine, Art Direction Magazine, to name a few. He has curated and organized major exhibitions, and his publication designs have received numerous national and international awards and meritorious citations. His work is included in private and public collections, including the permanent collection of the Library of Congress, Washington, D.C., Coburg Museum, Bavaria, Germany, Littleton Collection, Spruce Pine, to name a few. I invite Sir to please share his thoughts with us.
Thank you. Am I on now?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, great. I'll go to my slideshow in just a minute, but first of all, thank you, Dr. Joshi, and the rest of the faculty at Amity. I haven't been there in a while, and I look forward to coming back and visiting with all of you, and the students especially as well. It was a great time I had over there, and it was a kind of a doorway to India for me. And I can't wait to get back. Now that COVID is more or less over, I will soon be back. What I want to share with you today is a project that I worked on with Pankaj Panwar in Shantiniketan. And the times that I've talked in India, I've talked mostly about theoretical issues on art or practice as it relates to other people that I know. Today, I'd like to share with you this collaborative project that Pankaj and I worked on together. So I know we don't have much time and I need to get right into it. So let me go ahead and start. Let's see if this works. How do I get to my PowerPoint? Can you help me? I'm kind of locked in. I need to get to my PowerPoint. Hello?
So you shared the file. There's a sharing button. There's an arrow.
I did. I added it. Yes.
Go to the screen.
Popped in my screen here.
Stop sharing.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
I think it will be visible now.
There we go. Okay. Can you see my slide? Place hybrid space.
No.
Can you see it?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet. It's on my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how to get back now.
John, you need to go back to the Zoom screen. Go back to your Zoom window.
This is really.
Sir, on your Zoom window, there is a share screen button, green color button at the bottom center.
Yeah, I know, but I'm locked on my screen now. I can't. Oh, come on.
Are you on the PowerPoint window?
You can minimize all the windows, just open your presentation. Then again, you can come back to the Zoom and share screen from there.
Yeah, this was.
Also, if you can mail your presentation, that would be also great. We can share on your behalf.
I can't do that right now. I've got to get out of my screen. Oh my goodness. On my screen, I have a full, for some reason.
So press escape. Escape.
Okay, I got it. So can you see the PowerPoint now?
No, sir, you need to go to the Zoom, click on the share button that is at the center. Then you have to click that presentation and press on share.
Yes, I've already done that once.
Yes, now
can you see it now?
Yeah, it's now visible.
Now you can.
Yes, sir.
All right. And hold on a minute.
Okay. So please press F5 so we can see the slideshow vision.
Sir, play from current.
The leftmost button which says play from current.
Sir, play from current slide. On your left hand side, sir.
I can't reduce this.
Sir, no, left hand. Go to left hand, sir. Go to slideshow. First, you have to go slideshow.
Okay.
Yeah, slideshow, and then go to left. Click it. Then go to left. There is an option play. Start. Yes.
Is that good?
Yeah. Now.
Oh, great. Now I can go. Okay. I am so sorry. The technology has always been the bane of my existence. So I'm sharing with you this project that Pankaj and I worked on. It's called Place Hybrid Space. And it has to do with the relationships that we built on together while I was resident there for a couple of months. And we talked a lot. We walked around, photographed, drew. We just kind of worked together on so many different things and talked a lot about our different cultures. This is a location, Shantiniketan, of course, you know very well. And this is where I'm from. And we're both from somewhat the eastern part of our respective countries. This is the center of the project, and let me read this to you. This is the only thing I have to read. Is a cross-cultural place hybrid spaces, cross-cultural experiment in visual language. This collaborative project is informed through the experience of place. I can't get the time of place, the travel to and from place, the meeting of place, the memory of place. In Shantiniketan, India, two artists worked together, one from the Smoky Mountains, part of the range in the United States, and one from Shantiniketan, the abode of peace. This shared environment provided a mutual experience resulting in collaborative diptychs that express a unique and universal language of place. I got to meet Jogan Chaudhry, one of your national treasures. Pankaj is on the left there. This is during a festival time down there. This was in November, about the same time. This was right before COVID hit. And the Kalabhavana Arts Festival was going on at the time that I came there, and it was really quite marvelous. I offered this quote, and unfortunately, I can't get into the back end of that, but the quote is from Walter Lippmann, and it kind of centers around what both of us experienced. The music is nothing if the audience is deaf. And these are photographs from my place and his place in Shantiniketan. And the point of this quote is that if I don't open myself up and think about India and this place in particular in a non-Western way, I will lose its validity. I will come in with my own mindset. And likewise, Pankaj is treating my experience with him the same way. So this shared experience is opening up, thinking about something new, thinking about the present tense rather than cultural baggage. One of the things that I found really interesting was living in India and what that entails and how people live somewhat differently and somewhat the same. And I really, it was like an energy that I really could not resist. And I truly believe that India is my second home. It is a wonderful place to be. And this is one of the houses there in Shantiniketan. Vernacular was an important part of my experience. Looking at that were based on conditions of labor, of work, of aesthetics, which I further enveloped. Here are some other slides that I took or images that I took related to function, and I thought there were some really revelations there in my experience. Transitions, how things seem to migrate from one area to another, or in this case, grids on the left, form a certain kind of unification. Even though they're juxtaposed against each other, they make a lot of sense. Representation, sometimes in the form of visual taxidermy, I call it that, and how people are represented or represented, and what the authenticity of it is in representation. Again, these are all photographs from there. Construction and deconstruction, how things work in kind of a evolutionary way, building on things or taking away from things to make visual form. Aesthetics, a way of looking at things that seem to be right, seem to hold together whether they're the consequence of actual applied aesthetics like the frame on the lower right, or kind of a natural process on the frame on the lower left or the upper left. So if you recall, before was this stack of bricks, different stacks of bricks. And I was inspired by that, among other things. And my first take going around, walking around, or taking an auto, I would sit down and draw various things. This is an example of a drawing of those stacks of bricks. And images on the right there, you'll see are are kind of stacked up and driven on a truck, even though I don't have the truck in there, or other forms of grasses that are melted together. And I call this labor syntax. In other words, the evidence of labor and what that means, how it builds on itself, and how it's almost an unconscious process. With that, I started drawing many things, some of which came from architecture, some of which came from surfaces. These are not direct representations like the former one here, but they're interpretations of these forms that seem to kind of develop in my mind as I'm working. Here are some other drawings. These are marker sketches that I've done as a result of the same process. And some more. So you can see various drawings that I've done here on the left, and refine them a little bit more, and eventually take these into the computer and start looking at them and how they may fit together, how they relate to one another. So it became a kind of an interesting challenge going from observation to photography to drawing conceptually to drawing together. And so here you see a couple of Pankaj's drawings and a couple of my drawings that are kind of superimposed onto each other. And here are some more of those drawings. And these came out of our just collaborations. We would sit together, we would draw together, we would eat together, we would walk in Shantiniketan together, and talk a lot about the world around us and the world within us. This, by the way, happened to be at the same time that the citizenship bill was being debated, and so there was a lot of discussion about that as well. So I simplified some of my drawings based upon not only the Western mentality that I come from, the architecture of that, but also the Indian kind of influence that I have is probably best seen on the upper two drawings. The more Western drawing is the one on the bottom, I think. And I became really fascinated with the idea of what's inside and what's outside. And we both did. His constructions were anatomical, organic, but they revealed a kind of a structural system within. And I did a different kind of drawing throughout, but similar in many ways. And so we started infusing the drawings on top of the photographs, much like you would see, let's say, on a window front, where you would have a sign or type or, a word or a drawing on a window, which would share what would be inside the storefront. And so that's a fairly common practice throughout the world. Well, we just did this on photographs, and this kind of compatible information was ambiguous, sure, maybe ephemeral, yes, but at the same time, it seemed to have some sort of meaning to it. It's one of Pankaj's drawings, and one of the places there in Shantiniketan. So you can see his drawings are structural too. Mine on the left, his on the right. And this kind of new world of drawing on photographs emerged as a kind of a relationship not only we had with each other's photographs and each other's drawings, but a relationship that we could communicate, which was purely visual. It didn't have words connected to it. It was a language to itself. So I left India. This was right before COVID. And we did a show at the university, and this is the show poster for that. And the Bengali script and audio or narrative form is printed here as well. So the resulting images that came out of our collaboration were printed on 300-pound arches paper, handmade paper, and the prints were 104 inches by 42 inches, and they were held up by magnets. So you can see the little dots on the paper are magnets holding them up. So there's no framing at all. And one of the reasons why we did it that way, you can see his drawing on the right and mine on the left. Again, his drawing on the right and mine on the left. Mine on the right, his on the left. And the photographs were a mixed bag of each of ours. So most commonly we changed, in other words, his photographs, my drawings, his drawings on my photographs. And this gives you the kind of scale that these are. And this is the hanging of the show. So we have this may be more explicit and may get into kind of the relationship that we had. This beautiful drawing that Pankaj did on the left seemed to work really well with one of my photographs, and it seemed to kind of hide in the surface, even though it's a drawing not on that surface. And it connected, it cemented itself in to that photograph, but it still told another story separate from the photograph. And then the one on the right, my drawing on the right, and the photograph it is attached to, has a similar kind of connective tissue with the scaffolding and bamboo, and this kind of flattening of that experience. So in two different ways, I've flattened my image in a kind of an atmospheric photograph, and Pankaj on the left here developed his image kind of as a volume image, structural volume, and it was on a flat photograph. So we kind of teased with these various combinations. Then we produced a small book, accordion book, that again was held together by magnets. And this is the show as a kind of a museum catalog. this gives you an idea of that. Again, using the same paper, and this little box was a package for it. And that is the title page. And the layout of the book resembles exactly the layout of the show. So again, this is the piece that I introduced, and the Bengali, both written and audio. And the end page is that piece that I read to you, and the credits here are down at the bottom, indicating the latitude, longitude marking destination for both of us, both enchanted. So, in conclusion, I wanted to share with you this as part of this this forum that we're having, and it's about practice, and it's about kind of not doing something that I want to do or Pankaj wants to do, but something that we can collaborate together. And we actually finished the show outside of the connection that we had at Shantiniketan, and we were able to finish it through files and so forth, and the prints. So that's what I have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was such an enlightening presentation. Wide round of applause for John, sir.
Thank you, Professor Zika. And I look forward to your visit to India next year. And
yes,
thank you once again, Professor Zika.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
A very good morning to all. We are honored that our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Ma'am, has just joined us. So I would like to welcome Ma'am here. Ma'am, we have just started and the conference, and I would like to welcome you here. And Ma'am, may I request you to say few words, and I must tell all the eminent speakers that our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, is a great source of inspiration and motivation for all of us, and a guiding force for all of us. And Ma'am, we have got in this session the eminent speakers who are here, and we were just having the talk with Professor John Zika. And may I request you to, Ma'am, say a few words and guide us, Ma'am.
Very much, Dr. Joshi. A very good morning to all the esteemed and distinguished guests and speakers. Our Honorable Chairperson, Mrs. Divya Chauhanji, and very distinguished speakers. I could see Shri Jatin Das ji, eminent artist and chairman of JD Center of Art. I can see the Sri Satish Gupta ji, an eminent artist, and Advaita Gadanayak, Director General of NGMA Ministry of Culture, and many other eminent artists. It's really great to see all of you. I, on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, and all my esteemed colleagues, I extend very warm welcome to all of you here at Amity University. online for the International Conference on Innovations in Visual Arts. Art is an essence of life, and if there's no art, life is very, what you call nearest, and art is expression of a person's not only the emotions, the feeling, but the interpretation of so many things, expressing that. But understanding the art is in itself is a very important, uh, and how a person uh, understands an individual, the expressions of the artist. It's only possible if the person have emotional connect with the art and the understanding of art. And such conferences not only give the opportunity to the professional to see what developments are happening, what new ways and innovations are happening in the visual arts. So visual art has become a very important now, especially. There was a time when people used to say the science and technology is the most important. But today they say the combination of the arts and science uh, plays very important for the holistic development of an individual. National education policy has emphasized a lot on that. How the student must have the multidisciplinary education, and where the focus is on the students of art, science and technology and other areas must study if they wish the art subjects, and especially if someone has interest in the fine arts or visual arts or performing arts, they can also take, because that will have the holistic development of individual, because it enhances the individual's sensitivity and looking at the finer aspects of life, finer aspects of the surrounding, the nature, humanity, which does not come out from the science or other areas. So I would like to congratulate Dr. Pradeep Joshi, our the head of Fine Arts Institution and the dean, who always look for the professionals who can really add value to the organizations. And I can see this year the number of research papers which have been invited from across the country. I can see the researchers coming from the overseas universities also, and institution, not only from India. And the themes which have been chosen by Dr. Joshi, the impact of visual art and culture, or the role of technology in the art and design. And today the technology is playing very important a role in the art, and how it is assisting an individual. And we can see the various effects of same, whether it is a film, and whether it's even in the corporate world, when you look at the advertising and the other areas, and where the visual arts are playing very very important role. And because arts that the art also is playing important role when it comes to the aesthetics. And so I'm sure that at the end of this conference, that the researchers, the stewards will learn new things. And really the profile of all the research, all the speakers, the paper presenters and their organization are truly great organization. So I once again extend very warm welcome and congratulate team Amity School of Fine Arts for putting this wonderful workshop. And we'd like to explore with the how we can work together for developing the future professions of in the fine arts or the visual arts, the area which is emerging in a big way. So once again, thank you so very much, and I wish all the success to the conference.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. I know that you were having too busy schedule in the morning when I contacted your office. You were in another function, but your very presence provides us a lot of confidence. Ma'am, I'll just take a minute to just inform you that more than 500 students are currently at E2 auditorium, and all of them, along with faculty members, are attending and going to interact throughout the day. And I would like all of you to give a big clap for our Honorable VC ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for blessing our conference. I would like to briefly introduce ma'am. Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla is MTech from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from Queen's University, UK. She has over 3 decades of rich scholarly experience in industry, academia, research, and administration. Currently, Dr. Shukla is a professor of entrepreneurship, leadership, and IT and Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. As an inspirational leader, prior to this, Dr. Shukla has held numerous positions during 30 plus years of career. With a strategic mindset and creative thinking ability, she has been one of the key team members, spearheading and instrumental in the exponential growth of Amity Group engaged in higher education. We're so fortunate to have you with us, ma'am, today. Thank you so much, ma'am. With that, I'd like to introduce the next speaker for the day. Our next speaker for the day is Shri Advaita Gadnayakji, Director General, National Gallery of Modern Art. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, there's some problem. May I introduce the next speaker? Shri Jatin Das ji is right now here with us. Shri Jatin Das is an eminent artist and chairman GD Center of Art. Shri Jatin Das is a painter, poet, sculptor, muralist, printmaker, teacher, cultural expert, and institutional builder, and has been working now for almost 60 years. Sir has held 68 one-man shows in India and abroad and has participated in numerous national and international exhibitions and artist camps. His works have been featured in several public and private collections in India and abroad and have been auctioned by major international auctioneers like Sotheby's, Christie's, and Oceans. In 2012, he was a recipient of the prestigious Padma Bhushan Award, one of the highest civilian awards in India. Sir has extensively lectured at numerous art and architecture colleges, museums, public forums, sharing his understanding of contemporary and traditional art forms. He is also an advisor to many government and private bodies. His commitment to preserving art and crafts and in creating a sensitivity towards art and aesthetics led him to a dream almost 40 years ago, the JD Center of Art. Jatin Das is the founder and the chairman of the center and envisages classical, modern, traditional, and folk art all under one roof. With this introduction, I invite Sir to please share his insightful thoughts with us.
Namaskar. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. I know nothing about social media, electronic media at all. And some of my friends or my children say that maybe you are old timer and you don't want to learn. Instead, I rather do a drawing or write a poem. So I take the help of others. Talking online is a frustrating experience. I realized because of the COVID, and also at my art center, the JD Center of Art that I'm building, we have for 22 years, we have a Meet the Artist program every month on a second Saturday, uninterrupted. It's also now online. You know, it's exactly like I like to paint in oils, but I'm using acrylic sometimes, and I don't like acrylic. I don't like people who buy my painting from the internet or looking at the image of the painting from a photograph or something. So it's not old time, because a physical meeting, if I meet you personally, is 100 times more important and the deeper experience than sending SMS or making sending an email. Likewise in visual art, but what we're talking about. One day I was very broke, and somebody came, an industrialist, a billionaire, and said, I want 10, 15 of your paintings. And the moment he said it, I decided not to sell him a single painting, because he had not seen my work. It is not selling potatoes, So the point is, everything has changed. In recent past, the entire world has changed. It has become very commercial, it's money-minded, it's popularity, self-promotion, etc., etc. Say, for instance, when I make a presentation, I don't like my resume to be read out. Resume should be kept at the door or sent out to the participants in advance, so that it doesn't eat up the time of the presentation. So I always request that don't make a narrative resume, just say an artist. Okay. Now, when we're talking of artists, I'm now 81 running. And in my 50s, 60s, and 70s, I wrote, I'm a painter, I want to become an artist. Today, if a 20-year-old boy or a girl comes to my studio and I say, what do you do? And they say, I'm an artist, So to say Da Vinci was an artist. Ramkinkar Bej was an artist. We have fantastic imageries. Krishna was an artist who had Chausati Kala. He had 64 arts. So to call oneself an artist is a very, very big thing. Now, this kind of international presentation, I think we have to set our home in order first. We have a lot of confusion. We have a lot of misnomer. Almost everybody in the past, if somebody wants to study art, the parents and elders used to say, no, don't study art. There is no future in it. Okay. And it so happened with me also. I wanted to study art. I was sent to do biology in 2 years in college, instead of going after school to study art. And then, because I stood first in art in Orissa, in the Inter-College Youth Festival, then the Inter-University Youth Festival in 1956 in New Delhi. When I went back, somebody told me there's a Sir J.J. School of Art in Bombay, so I applied. Anyway, what I'm saying, there is no place for an artist in the society. If you look at the media, look at the television, newspaper, any newspaper, if you turn, it's about politics, about killing, it's about sports, and maximum about art is on cinema and modeling. Nothing about music, dance, theater, painting, architecture, pottery, folk art, tribal art, classical art, contemporary, then nothing at all. It's very sad. I remember Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, if there was a visitor coming to India, used to gift a painting of an eminent artist. Now, if you look at the entire country now, every township, the walls are painted. It's a very good thing that we should have what they call a graffiti, or a dirty wall is painted off, or at the gate. But the entire city, when it's done, a lot of people are doing it from looking at mobile designs, and some of them are grotesque. Some of them are not related to the city. I remember once I was invited as a chief guest to a township, which is called the model town, now what they call smart city. I don't like this word, smart city. And the chief of that organization, the chairman, showed to me that painted the footpath red. And he thought I will appreciate. I said, it's terrible. Why should the footpath be painted? So if you look at New Delhi, now on the main road of Hoskas, they're renovating, which is lovely. They're planting trees, which is very good. But there are kind of a so-called modern sculptures are put up, and they don't belong to India at all. So there is a lot of misnomer. Now, when you talk of visual art, cinema, what you see visually, right? So then dance can be visual art. Cinema can be visual art. Architecture is visual art. Painting is visual art. Anything theater can be visual art. In our country, ours is a unique country. Let's not mix it up with Western norms and ideas. The Western world does not have any folk, tribal, classical, till classical. They have nothing about folk and tribal art, etc. In our country, all the 5 rivers are alive. Only they are not connected. That is, folk, tribal, classical, and vernacular. All art and architecture is alive. But South Asia is a arena where we have a hodgepodge. We have no full understanding of our tradition, and many are copying the Western things from internet, etc. Now, when we talk about art and design practice, research, challenges, opportunities in 21st century, the challenges are there in every period. Let me talk about Vishnu Dharmottara. We have a treatise, and where it says, even a prince goes to an ashram to learn art. So a prince goes there. So he tells the guru, I want to learn, say, painting. To say, but before that, you go and learn sculpture. So he goes to a sculptor guru. And then he says, go and learn mridangam. And so on and so forth. And eventually, he is placed in the garden and to look after plants and animals and wash clothes. And after about 2.5 years or 3 years, Guru goes to this boy, the prince, and said, this was wintry night. He said, let's have a bath in the river, then sit with the wet clothes and you do sarika. Okay? Because by that time, this young man had imbibed the natural elements of breeze, wind, nadika kalkal, the ripples of the water, and how the plants are growing, how the colors of the flowers and fruits, etc. So exposure to nature. Now, I remember once in West Coast in America, I was invited to art college, and I saw the kids are looking at their mobile and drawing. So I said, how sad. You have such lovely redwood forest. Why don't you go and draw? In the afternoon, they went and they were drawing. Once in Banaras, in art college, about 200 kids were taking photographs of me and click, click, click. So I said, why don't you sketch? And I was so happy that after lunch, all the kids came with the sketchbook and they were sketching, doing the portraits of everybody. And to the extent they in the evening by the bank of the Ganges, when there was music, they were also sketching till 2 in the morning. Khairagarh is a university, the only national university of art and culture, and where the kids are working till late, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, And I was so happy to see that. While I'm saying it, that the syllabus in various art colleges and architecture colleges are still very raw, very, very mundane, very colonial academic system. This country has a reservoir of knowledge and expertise for thousands of years. And we have not imbibed that. And the syllabus has to be looked into. There has to be 5 years course, now it's 4 years course. Many schools do not have an art teacher. They might have 5 music teachers, but no art teacher. To the extent Sardar Patel Vidyalaya in Delhi, where my daughter, my elder son studied, my younger son went to study there, they did not have an art teacher. And when I insisted, they employed on contract somebody and they charged us separately for art teacher. It's pathetic. It's one of the best schools of Delhi. So what to talk of the rest of the country? So this is one. Then, what kind of art teacher? Because not having a teacher is also good, but if you have a bad art teacher, it's terrible. Because every artist is not a good teacher. But staying with an artist when you imbibe is different. Like Kabir said, that Guru will go with his own karma and Shishya also will go with his own karma. So, there are so many things we have to address. One day I went to a school and to the art department. And when we came out, I asked the principal, how come your corridor and your walls are hungry and empty? He said, no, but our art is in the art department. The art should spill out of the department and be on the walls, and there should be sculptures. We're talking of MIT University. Once I went there and I suggested to them that Delhi has hundreds of sculptors, plus traditional sculptors also, and contemporary sculptors. Why not invite them and install a sculpture in the courtyard? Create an environment. 90% of the schools in our country and universities do not have a museum, do not have a gallery, do not have an archive. but they have an auditorium and a library. That's it. But if you have an auditorium and a library, you should also have a gallery, museum, and archive. And the school, college, university should be such that the student should run to the department, run to the school because it's so lovely. There are fruit-bearing trees, there are beautiful garden, there are beautiful walls with murals, with painting, with sculptures. And maybe there should be pipe music. There should be very soft music in every school, college, with a small speaker, which can be also used for important announcement. So, little bit of soft music. Now, many of the universities and educational institutions have become a business. There has to be a vision. I don't know where to start because I'm totally flabbergasted and totally at a loss that, let me tell you, I was invited almost 40 years ago to the National Institute of Design as a visiting faculty in Ahmedabad. When I arrived, I thought the director, etc., were very close friends of mine. They will come. They had not come. But I saw a placard which was written an ID in such a clumsy way. And this is a National Institute of Design. So the placard itself has to represent the institution. So likewise. Now, my concern is art of nature and man-made art. We are learning in a very wrong way. When you learn physics and chemistry separately, in nature there is no chemistry and physics separately. If an art teacher, a botany teacher, a music teacher, and science teacher teach children outside in the garden, a child will learn a lot. And that is, if you look at the leaves on a stem, start from the same place or alternatively. There's a rhythm of leaves, and the rhythm in nature. During the COVID, I was staying in ICIVA'22. I did thousands of sketches of plants and flowers. And I was very pleasantly surprised that almost all flowers in ICIVA'22 garden had 5 petals. I did not know this. Okay. So nature can be a surprise. Nature can be a wonder. And nature is the best teacher. So art of nature has to be studied. Then man-made art. When I was a student in Sir J.J. School of Art in Bombay, we used to have many excursions to Ajanta, Ellora, Mahabalipuram, etc. These days, students are sent out all over the country to art fairs only. There's nothing wrong about going to art fair, but nobody goes to National Museum to look at extraordinary antiquities of sculptures which are done 1,000 years ago. So, my request is our like De Gaulle said, let's open up our windows to get fresh air. We will look at modern art, we'll look at Western art, but before that, let's make our house in order, put our house in order, and that is, let the child know its food, its music, its painting, its dance, its architecture. During the super cyclone in Orissa, I was very much involved. And there were a lot of people who were giving money and building things. But I said, please make sure that you make a veranda. In a tropical country and in the eastern part of India, the people spend a lot of time on the veranda. They sleep there, they paint there, draw there, they weave there, etc. So, a culture evolves from heritage, then there are innovations, on the heritage. You see, if you see a palace, in our country there are many royal palaces. You will see different generation of kings build something, but respecting the previous building. Sir J.J. School of Art is the only institution in the country where painting, sculpture, pottery, weaving, architecture, applied art, critical, all in one campus. This was a fantastic paradigm which could have been followed in other parts of the country. You know, because when you, the students of that, the subject, because the visual art and architecture is inseparable. If you look at your temples, if you look at the Christian heritage of churches, the sculpture and the architecture are inseparable. You look at Jain temples, look at Buddhist and other temples, etc. So that is one thing I would like to. Then I want to mention that art and science is inseparable. That, when you use color, oil color with turpentine linseed, but this needs a much more detail. These are all in a hurry. In a short time, we have to talk about these things. Every human being is creative. Every human being is born with some in DNA, in some talent that has to be encouraged. 99% of the parents tell their children to go for medicine, engineering, IS, or to be a government officer, or in the computer or IT. But later on, they realize that somebody was interested in music, somebody interested in painting, somebody interested in mathematics, etc., etc. And the institution, the schools and colleges also do not allow you to encourage or to cultivate your own talent. So that is one thing to be, yeah. Then I mentioned the relationship between the three all arts. The literary arts, visual arts, and the performing arts. A lot of people say the black ink was innovated in China. And a lot of people in India do not know that black ink was also innovated almost at the same time or before China. And the Pelican in Germany, they write black ink as Indian ink. Okay. If you have a garment which has cotton buttons and what they call Jawahar collar, but it's not only Jawahar collar, this is an ancient Indian collar. And 90% of the people in India, they call it a Chinese collar. And so on. A lot of people say the canvas came with the colonial period, the British. All our heard, Patachitra, Patua, is done on cloth. And Pata meaning silk. And they prime it, then they paint on it, then they protect the surface. So there are also canvases. There are many methods of doing it. So media, material, and tools in art. So there are many things to discuss, but applied art is something else. That's why it's called applied art. A lot of people call it commercial art. But first of all, you have to know art before you go for applied art. So if you do architecture, if you in the ancient time, the dancers also used to do painting. They also used to sing. They also used to write poetry, read poetry. So the interaction between all the arts, number one. Number two, even if you go for applied art, even if you design a car, look at the old car designs. I have a Morris Minor 1949 and a beautiful design. And people took a lot of trouble to design. Corbusier, who designed Chandigarh, used to say designing a chair is as important as designing a city. Anyway, these are random things I'm talking about at a tangent, but just to write home a point that it is looking within, looking at nature to learn, and creating proper syllabus and giving freedom to children to learn and practice, and then to implement the practice in different ways. Thank you very much. I wish you hold a regular meeting in your campus physically. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jatin Das ji, for taking out the time and being here with us. And as we discussed, certainly I understand the importance of the offline sessions and interaction, and I'll certainly keep that in mind, and we will be in touch with you. Thank you once again, Jatin Das ji. And meantime, we have been joined by our Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, Mr. Divya Chauhan ji. I would like to welcome ma'am. Ma'am, welcome here in this conference, ma'am. Thank you for
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. A very good morning to all the kids. Jatinda, it was wonderful to hear you. Very warm welcome. Nice to see you. You're keeping good health. I'm very proud to see that. And we will have you on campus physically very soon. But Jatinda, also to let you know that we are working on the museum project, and we will have you as on the board to guide us for sure. It's taken some time, but we are working on it. And we've also been joined by our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shukla. Dr. Shukla, very warm welcome. Dr. Shukla is our Vice Chancellor. Dr. Shukla, Jatindas was giving us very good ideas. And I think we should, as a university, implement it. I'll just take 2 seconds to just welcome John. John, I missed your session, but I will definitely see it. It's recorded. Satish Gupta ji, very warm welcome. Thank you so much for taking out time for the students. I see Sanjay Tiwari ji, Veer Munshi ji, thank you so much for everyone for being here. Advaita ji, who's the director NGMA, had also joined, but I think she will try and join us back. Good morning to all the students, all the best. Everybody has taken out time here for you, so please make the most of it. Everybody is busy. They're very senior people, but they have come all for you. So please be very thankful, ask questions if you'd like, and do give them a round of applause. Dr. Shukla, I will give it over to you as you have joined, and I know how busy you keep because I will be continuing in the conference. So,
Divya very good morning, Ma'am Divya. Chauhanji, I have already addressed everybody, and it's wonderful to have you with us. And it's your great mentorship, leadership. You know, this institution is growing, and we are really, bringing so many new initiatives in this institution. It's your inspiring leadership for this institution, and the institution, and Dr. Joshi is able to do so many things. So thank you very much, Divyaji, for constant guidance from you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, with your permission, can you start the ma'am?
Yes, please continue, Dr. Joshi. I don't want to take more time. We should continue. Thank you, Dr. Shukla.
We would like to invite Shri Sanjay Tiwari.
I would like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Sanjay Tiwari, CEO, Just Consultant. Sanjay Tiwari is the CEO of Just Consultant. He's a branding, communication, and integrated marketing advisor, entrepreneur, author, and a teacher. He has over 27 years of high-quality experience and expertise across all functioning of marketing and advertising, market research, and digital marketing. With his highly factual and holistic understanding of Indian digital market space, he has founded 2 startups and had mentored them. I invite Sir to please share your enlightening thoughts with us.
Yeah, thank you very much, and very good morning. Yeah, we are still in good morning. So good morning to everyone. Now, I would essentially like to be brief, but would want to talk about 3 points roughly. One is about the topic itself, where we talk about the challenges and opportunities in 20th, 21st century about art and design practice. So I would briefly want to touch on this whole thought of what challenges and opportunities mean and how we approach them. I think there is a story in there. And then I would briefly want to touch on 2 more aspects. One is on creativity, the role of creativity really in actually the world of art, and in actually converting opportunities and facing challenges or solving problems in such situations. And then the last one, which is, I think, a very important emerging area in the world of art, and in fact, in our own world, in all aspects of how we live in today's world, which is the technology and the digital space. So what role actually digital and technology is playing in the world of art and design, how it is evolving, and probably how it will evolve further. One thing I would like to clarify that I do not necessarily come from an art background. I've always been involved, let's say more as a consumer and user of art. So my perspective is going to be more from that. It is not going to be from an artist or an artistic angle, or what really, how art is created or how it is made, and what really an artist would like to convey. But it will largely come from the perspective of how the rest of the world actually looks at art, especially when you look at it from what Jatin Das ji also said in terms of applied arts and commercial art. So what does the commercial world, or the world which uses art and its application, what is important in there, and how actually that world looks at this whole aspect, and what are some of the important things that probably the practitioners and the professionals in this world need to keep in mind in terms of the future challenges and opportunities that may emerge. So when I said that, first I would like to just briefly touch upon this whole idea of challenges and opportunities. And the reason I want to do that is the way we actually learn, especially in the modern times, we tend to think of opportunities and challenges almost as a sequential thing, that there are challenges and then from challenges emerges opportunities, or there are opportunities and then there are challenges you face in actually converting that opportunity into something meaningful for the world, whether it's for a business or whether it's for a social cause or for anything else. So we have a very sequential understanding and approach towards what opportunities and challenges mean. Whereas if you really look at it from the practical perspective of how things emerge and move on in real world, there is almost a spiral relationship there. That every opportunity that you seek actually has a lot more challenges that will come when you try to exploit that opportunity in some way or convert that opportunity. And every challenge that you see actually then gives you more opportunities to solve those problems, those challenges, and do something more meaningful towards enhancing, let's say, how we live and the comforts and progress of human life. So it is very important when we look at this whole conundrum of opportunities and challenges that we see this as a maze, as a world or a pathway of spiral movement rather than, let's say, a sequential one. Because the moment you will look at an opportunity from a challenge and say, if I solve this challenge or a problem, then I have an opportunity which is waiting for me. Very often we do not really look at it and saying, okay, so the opportunity that I will create, what kind of challenges that will bring in. And I'll give you a couple of examples here where we are often very not able to see those long-term challenges, but they then in the progression of human life do create their own problems in a big way. So if you look back to, let's say, industrialization, when the world of industrialization, when it happened in the 17th, 18th century, and we are still in that phase, let's say, maybe in a more evolved phase of industrialization, brought a lot of opportunities. But if today we look at really how it has evolved and what industrialization has done to our planet and our world, there is this whole angle of the challenges that it has thrown in the world of environmental area. So while there are a lot of opportunities that industrialization brought to us, it has also brought to us a lot of challenges which is in a different dimension, which is the environment area. but then it is an equally important area of how we survive, how we live, and how we progress. So it's this whole world of opportunities and challenges so intertwined, and it is it's such a interconnected and interlinked world that we need to be very careful when we look at this in our own individual efforts in saying what is the challenge that I am facing, what is the opportunity that I will create if I solve those challenges. But at the same time, I think keeping in mind that whatever opportunities and solutions I am creating, especially as a creative person, as an artist, or somebody from the world of innovation, even in the business world, what are the challenges that my solution will create, and what can be done to actually see that if those are manageable and sustainable. And this is where I think it boils down to a very important keyword in this whole process of opportunities and challenges, is this whole concept of sustainability, that whatever I am creating as a solution, whatever opportunities I am converting, how sustainable are these things? And we realize that the human world is so dynamic that very often in a very short period of time, a lot of opportunities bring their own challenges, and this sustainability aspect becomes very critical, and a lot of ideas, implementations, businesses, and what all applied art or creativity actually faces those challenges and are not really sustainable, because beyond the point, the new challenges emerge which really make the whole concept outdated or not so relevant in the evolved medium or situation. And therefore, you need to really look at and say, okay, how do I make this more sustainable? So sustainability and understanding this whole idea of how do you leverage this spiral of opportunities and challenges is a very important aspect, especially I think in the area of art and design. Because what is very important, and this brings me to the second point that I wanted to talk about, which is role of creativity in all of this, is that this whole conundrum of opportunities and challenges actually is solved or is moved forward by our creative thinking. That what more creative solutions, newer solutions, innovative solutions that we are bringing to really cut through the current challenges and create new solutions for ourselves. So therefore, creativity becomes a very important tool in this whole process of addressing the old challenges or solving them or creating more newer opportunities for the world in that sense. And therefore, creativity has a very important role to play in this. But what is important to keep in mind is that creativity, and this is a very important experience that I have had in the last 27 years, that I've had in the advertising world, in the marketing world, where I've interacted with more professionals from the visual communication side, is that a lot of times creative people tend to start looking at creativity as an end in itself. That I am creating a piece of work or I am doing something which is very creative. But what is very important to keep in mind is that creativity at the end of the day is only a tool in your hand. It's a means, it's not the end. Because at the end of the day, whatever you are doing using your creativity, you're creating something which has to have also a reachable impact on what is you're trying to achieve. So there is a purpose behind every creative effort. And you need to be equally careful about that purpose. And what are you really trying to do? So in our advertising world, very often we would say that the purpose of creativity in advertising is essentially to communicate. So it's not about creativity, it is about communication. Are you at the end of the day being able to communicate the message or create the kind of, let's say, effect or perception or an action which probably you wanted to? So very often it becomes very important to keep that focus on the purpose and say that my creativity is only a means and tools to arrive or to deliver this kind of a communication or a message in the advertising or marketing communication context. So it becomes very important you understand this role of creativity in actually this process of visual communication. That at the end of the day, it is about communication. It is about getting the message across. It is about telling a story. It is about building a brand, and not creativity per se. It's not enough to say, oh, but I did a very creative ad. At the end of the day, okay, but did it convey the message? Did the respondent or the audience who've seen this ad or who've seen this piece of marketing communication, do they recall and remember or tell you really what the brand stands for, or what your effectively what you communicated in your advertising? So was the message conveyed? Was the story understood? Becomes a very important component, and this is where the role of creativity comes in the advertising and marketing world, especially in advertising world. From ad agency's perspective, very often we talk about this whole equation in terms of creativity versus effectiveness. So when you evaluate an ad, or when you say, okay, how well did I actually create my advertising and what it achieved, you say, was it creative? But you also say, was it effective? And there is this whole ballgame of not only looking at the advertising or your piece of communication or your piece of art from the angle of creativity, but also to look at from the angle of its effectiveness. So in advertising, we talk about message and communication. In the marketing world and in today's world of consumption, we talk about usability of your products. So yes, my product is very good to look at. It is very aesthetically presented, created. But is it also equally good in its function? Is it equally usable? So functionality and usability become very important aspects of effectiveness of products when you are designing them. Your meaning of your advertising becomes very important, or communication becomes very important when you are talking about delivering the visual communication. So this second aspect of creativity and its role also is a very important thing that we need to keep in mind. The third and the last point that I want to touch upon is the whole impact that the technology and the development in technology has made in the world of art and design and all the applied areas that probably it represents. And not just that, but I think in general also in the way we are progressing. And the recent example that we have seen in terms of how technology has actually and how it has interacted in a lot of things that we are doing in the pandemic, where the whole online situation came in terms of especially in the area of education, when we talked about so how do we cope with this situation of continuing with education when there is disruption and there is pandemic and we can't really be physically present in schools and colleges. And we saw that online education came in as a good opportunity there, and also as let's say a solution to say that yes, we can continue, and there are other ways also by which we can supplement. But what is important in this, and this has been my experience in the marketing and advertising world, and I don't know how it has emerged in some of the other areas, but what has happened is that the way the technology solutions and the digital technology has come into the picture, I see there is a very clear, let's say, a divide between a lot of people who still think offline and analog and say this is how, let's say, advertising or marketing is done in the physical world. And then there is a whole bunch of newer professionals who come in who say, oh, but this is how you do it in the digital space. And I see there is a divide in terms of people who understand and practice digital solutions to marketing and advertising. And there are people who understand and practice the old world offline way of advertising and marketing. And what is very critical is that there are people who emerge, or at least both these sets try to understand the other aspects as well. So what is very important when we look at this whole emergence of technology into the space of art and design practice or communication practice is how do you integrate the technology with the conventional creativity, ways of creative expression and other things. So what is very critical for all the professionals who go down this path in the future is going to be how do you approach it in a more integrated way rather than living in the silos of an offline world and an online world. I think that is not a very sustainable thing again, because with time there will be things that will happen, and in the technology world it is happening to a certain extent. If you really see this whole concept of artificial intelligence and machine learning and data science that is coming in, It is largely coming from that need of saying that it needs to be a more integrated one. Only machines cannot, without the way humans think, without understanding that and without involving or bringing in that perspective, only digital or technology solutions will not work. So it will have to be a combination of digital mastery and human touch or human creativity. And therefore, this integrated approach of saying that how do we actually, and nowadays there is a very visual and a very commonly used term for this, which is called hybrid. So hybrid solution, which is only partly offline and partly online. I think rather than saying hybrid, I would rather use the word integrated, because integrated then tries to not just bring the two together in some combination, but try to actually see that how do you think in a manner where both the aspects are considered equally well to begin with, and not really try to put it together. Yeah, sorry?
If you could please conclude your presentation. So sorry to interrupt you in between.
Sure. I'm just about to finish. I think just a couple of minutes and I'm done. So this whole aspect of bringing a combination of the digital tools along with the human touch and the human creative thinking is I think what is going to be the biggest challenge. I won't say in the 21st century, that's a very long time, but I think the next 10 years in terms of art and design practice in the real world, and especially in the applied areas, I think one of the most or the biggest challenge is going to be this area of how do you take an integrated approach to bringing digital tools and the human aspect of creativity and human emotions and creativity and those the physical and the psychological aspects together, and how do you really bring the two together in a way where you are able to provide solutions to people which are not only creative, more meaningful, but also more sustainable. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to share with all of you from a perspective of practice of art and design, more from the applied part, really trying to understand how creativity fits into this whole conundrum and what role technology essentially would be playing and what approach we need to have in ensuring that it does play a meaningful role, but without getting into this divisive understanding of saying that offline versus online or human versus machine. I think it's a ball game of really combining the two together and taking a more integrated approach in doing so. Thank you very much for giving the time and patiently listening to what I had to share. Thanks a lot and all the best to all the people on the meeting conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful talk. Next, I would like to invite next speaker, Satish Gupta ji, eminent artist. Satish Gupta ji is a versatile artist, painter, sculptor, poet, writer, and a printmaker, muralist, designer, calligrapher, and ceramist all in one. Winning the Sanskriti Award at an early stage in his career, he has worked on through a deep engagement with mysticism and Zen spirit. Has exhibited more than 33 solo shows at important art galleries within the country and abroad. I request Sri Satish Gupta ji to please share his insightful views with us. Sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Good afternoon, good morning, whatever time it is, I'm not aware of it.
Still.
License is about being able to think out of the box and to be able to express it in the same way. And if you're not trained to think in an original way, you would just be repeating what is already said and explored. There would be no growth, there would be nothing new, we would just be stuck in the past. While it's important to be really aware of the past and learn from it, is of great value. We see it in the Chinese tradition of the great landscape artists and the calligraphers. a student had to copy and follow the master for years and years before he was allowed even to make an original stroke. Closer home, we see it in the dance and the classical dance and the music tradition, where we learn from the past and we learn from the guru, and only when the guru thinks you've absorbed it, you can express yourself. Very few people, very few dare to break out of the tradition. But when they do, hello?
Yeah, it's audible.
Hello?
Who's that?
I've lost the screen.
You're audible, Satish.
Dr. Pawar,
Yeah.
please stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Is it visible now, sir?
Yeah, I can see everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. So what I was saying was that in the classical traditions, we had to very few people break out of it, and some who do really excel. I think our school teachers, professors, educational institution who are responsible for molding the young mind should be very conscious of this fact, to let the student learn from tradition and to be able to express it in a totally new way, totally contemporary way, to dare to break out of the mold. I was really fortunate in my early childhood when I went to school and through college and my scholarship years in France. I had very, very good teachers and I had very good people that I was interacting with, and they really encouraged me to rebel. I owe it to them to open my mind, my creativity. I think liberal arts can make the youth sensitive to life and their fellow beings. Educating them in this way, I think, is the only way for the survival of a just society. You know, we are all by nature very sensitive human beings, but we become desensitized by the aggression we see in the environment everywhere. That is, people are rushing, people are hostile, and to guard our defenses, we become the same way. But even in a lay person, there is this spark of awareness, this thing to look beyond. I had a very interesting experience the other day. I was painting, and I always paint with some music on. And I had my driver with me, who's uneducated, who's raw, who's not aware of all the tradition, the classical things or anything like that. But he's like a lay person. And I was very busy. I was very involved with my painting. So I asked him to turn some music on that he liked. And I thought he would put on some filmy music. But to my surprise, he put on the Gregorian chants, which he really loved. And we really underestimate people. The appreciation of art is really inherent in all of us. And that, I think we should really respect that everybody is a creative and everybody can express in a wonderful way. I think our training should not be seen as a journey to make money, which at the end of our life we can enjoy. By the time we have earned a living, struggling, fighting, going through drudgery, we are too old to enjoy the fruits. Rather, life should be lived as a celebration of the miracle of being alive, where the very fact that we can breathe and are aware of it is wonderful enough. The journey itself should be seen as the goal, the destination. I think art really touches and evokes a primal response which is beyond social, religious, economic, political, cultural barriers. We should not forget that the true art is a universal language, which is beyond all restrictions. In fact, Zen art and aesthetics, which inspires me so much, is precisely for this reason. Zen is even beyond our thinking minds and is intuitive and spontaneous. Zen to me is not just a philosophy, it is a way of life. It is my very being. The Zen philosophy permeates every action that I choose to take or not to take. It greatly inspires me by its simplicity, tranquility, its asymmetry, its play of the opposites, the rough and the smooth, the nimbleness and the steadfast, the micro and the macro. You see it in all my works. I'm playing with the opposites and I'm playing with the yin and the yang. Now we come to the present world and the young and all the experiments that are going on, and I'm really happy for that the young are exploring different mediums, different things. I myself have done a lot of breaking out of the mold and experimenting with, or not experimenting, but experiencing and expressing myself in different mediums and film and videos. And I don't do digital art, but we should really use the technology wisely to use the strengths and avoid its weaknesses. Now, one of the problems I see with the young creating digitally is the danger of being really overwhelmed by technology. It is like having a grand buffet laid out for us. You never go into the depths of each dish. You're tempted to taste everything, but you never get to eat or enjoy a particular dish. You're not even curious about where the dish originated, what were the ingredients, how it was cooked. You want to grab it and satisfy the insatiable appetite. We've really forgotten how to reflect and meditate on what we are trying to create. I think that's really, really important, to think and to internalize an experience. Now the emphasis is only on whether the work is new, whether it's sensational, whether it will be exciting for the countless friends on Instagram or the Facebook. Art is like everything else is hard work. If you do not grind the Somi ink on the grindstone, you'll never really learn the countless nuances of black and gray it can produce. I think, on the other hand, the knowledge of the world is in our fingertips. We don't need to go to the art college or to learn anything more. Anything we want to learn is on the net. The world's greatest artists, musicians, mathematicians, astronomers are available to guide us. Not just the living ones, but through time. And you can go back to Leonardo, you can learn from him, you can learn. So the field is vast, and the great opportunities for the young is wonderful. And that's, I think, something that really we should use and learn and absorb things that are available to us. Creation is time independent. It transcends eternity. Creation is really happening all the time. Each moment, this magnificent universe is being born, is dying, and is being born again and again. Time and space are not linear. The present and the future are all contained in this moment, this eternal now. If we begin to be aware that we can only live in this moment, in any case, we don't have a choice. We can't live in the past or the future physically. If you're aware of that, we can transcend the time barrier and live in different time frames at the same time, almost like some of the avatars of Vishnu, some of which existed at the same time. My inspiration is very eclectic, and the creative process goes something like this. I just have to shut my eyes and to be with the first Homo sapiens in the dark, damp caves of Lascaux, holding a flickering oil lamp, and assist them in creating the very first pieces of art, in quotes, in an altered state of consciousness. Or be with the sculptors of the pharaohs, carving them, gazing into eternity as I disembark my boat on the Nile. I can be in Byzantium, making gilded mosaics for the Lord, admire the perfection of the Parthenon, or travel back to the creation of Angkor, making my way up the labyrinthine steps, past the Virochana Buddha, and close in hundreds of stupas on the great dome of Borobudur, to experience the divine emptiness, or red sands in the Zen gardens of Ryonji. I can be anywhere which I please. I can hear the sound of chisels on the stone of thousands of shilpkas, creating the erotic temples of Konark, paying homage to the sun god. I can be with Michelangelo as he gives life to God's finger, with Picasso as he's putting his revolutionary strokes on Guernica, or be with Monet contemplating the Nymphea and the ponds of Giverny. Best of all, and this sense really shivers down my spine when I think and connect with the bronze or the Chola bronze makers. I really see myself carrying that tradition forward to another level by breaking the rigid rules and dogmas to create afresh with renewed vigor, a fresh technique, a new technique and vision while preserving their essence. Being comfortable with the analytical and the spiritual worlds of West and East and their approaches to art, I really like to abandon both at the time of creation and just be myself in order to make art that uplifts and reaches the secret silent space of the heart. In these unusually troubled times, we've just gone through the pandemic, is still there in the world, and now the war. We see so much hatred, so much violence, divisions on the basis of religion, race, wealth, caste, nationality, gender, immigration. Contemporary art is justifiably a reflection of that. But what I see all around me is art, music, literature, and art. Is that the uglier the expression, the more seriously it is taken. It really puzzles me. This is just the opposite of the Zen concept of Vadi and Sadi, where you find beauty in even the mundane, even the simplest things of life. I think that's because we have stopped looking inwards. There is no time to reflect on what is of value to the spirit. Even our most traumatic encounters can be expressed in an aesthetic way by absorbing their intensity, distilling them, and then only expressing them. Display of voids and fullness, stillness and movement, shunya, the empty Zen circle, is a central concept underlying a large body of my works. Let me share some thoughts. While I created the sculpture, Chaotic World, Still Mind. Now the sculpture is about a meditator sitting on a bench in a public space. And these are the thoughts that played through my mind when I was creating this sculpture. In this sculpture, there is a interplay of the five elements within the meditating figure, the eternal self, contemplating its own divinity. The meditator, is the consciousness in touch with the universe and offering a spiritual potential. I ask myself the question, what is consciousness? When did I become aware of it? Then again, unless the life breath or the chi enters my sculpture, it'll remain inert, just a piece of metal. It'll just be just raw metal. I question, my sculptures must breathe with the vitality, and the energy must flow through the empty space within the body of the sculpture. The energy must rise from the hara and flow up to the very beginning of time and space. As I mold the sculpture, welding hundreds of pieces of copper, which are just 1 square inch. I just cut them very, very small, 1 square inch. And sometimes I have over 100,000 pieces welded together in one sculpture, which can go up to 23 feet, 24 feet. So I use the oxygen and butane from 2 different cylinders and mix them by running them through the nozzle of the burner. And through the heating process, it literally breathes life into the individual metal pieces of the sculpture, giving it movement, the spark of life. The silver welding rods melt, the blood begins to flow.
I'm sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but we're running a little late behind the schedule. So if you could just conclude your presentation with the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, so what I was saying was that the creation of the sculpture is ultimately playing with the elements, and then we ultimately everything goes back into nothingness. And the aim on the sculpture is to show movement in stillness. I think my only advice to the young would be that they should never give up dreaming. That's how one stays young in mind, body, and spirit. We need to provide them with a system that rewards this innovative spirit. We have to keep the lamp burning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sorry to have interrupted you, but really,
we're running short of time.
That was wonderful, Satish ji.
Thank you.
Students, thank you, sir, for sharing insightful sites with us. And the next, I would like to invite Sriveer Munshi ji. Sriveer Munshi is a visual artist and a curator from Kashmir Valley, based in Delhi, Gurgaon. He has addressed a range of subjects in the course of his artistic career that spans for 3 decades, but exile remains his most fundamental condition and preoccupation. Sir has had more than a dozen solo shows in India, Australia, Switzerland, and Scotland, to mention a few. His works have been chosen to be part of important, often curated group shows all over the world. He has been honored with Senior Fellowship and the National Award from Ministry of Culture, Government of India. I invite you, sir, to share your insightful thoughts with us.
Thank you. A lot has been said from various speakers. It was a very nice to listen various aspects of art and practice and how it evolves and how it connects and communicates. I was just trying if I can share the screen. If not, I think I have share screen, broadcast, start broadcast.
So there's an arrow. Okay. Yes, sir.
You are sharing the screen.
So it's showing.
No, it's not showing. Optimize for video. What is screen share? Anyway, I thought I will show my practice into visuals, and through that I'm better. I can articulate better what I mean by share screen. I will try again. Screen. Everything's on the screen, including notice.
So you can keep your presentation open and then share the screen. Then
okay. Should I do that? Okay. Still, it doesn't happen. You are sharing the screen. Then?
The screen has shared. We can see. Just now open the PPTs.
No, but I can't see the PPT.
Sir, now you have to just share it.
Today?
it's
No.
visible now.
Yes, sir, it's visible. Earlier visible.
But I can't see it. It is visible? What is visible? Is there an image?
So your Zoom platform is visible. Earlier the PPT is also visible. When you're sharing, then you do not come to the Zoom platforms.
Anyway, I'm not able to. Let me start because see, I have been an artist. Had studied art in a professional art college, which is MS University Baroda. So that practice, as someone said, like Jatin Das was very true, because our practice in those days were very different. We were taught something close to nature and to draw and do sketching and do hundreds of sketching per day. It definitely helps because you go back to, because we had lovely teachers like Nasreen Mamdi, Jyoti Bhatt and others, because it was very important. But what I say is, after you keep practicing and in the art, you keep changing. And I that's why I wanted to share some images, because it is not the knowledge, it is the experience what makes you an artist finally. So from Baroda, I went back to Kashmir, which was my native place, and I had to leave that in 90. That changed my whole area of thinking and practice, because I became an exiled artist. So I was very reactionary to begin with. So I painted all those experiences, which became my archival material for the future. And which was, I had to unlearn what I had learned. So because the knowledge, only the mediums, because I believe every medium has possibility and limitations. So I tried to build my practice through various mediums and materials, and which that's what I say. It's what you want to express. So I went back after 15 years, and first thing came to mind was the house which I had lost and which was burnt. And so to photography, it was first time I kept shifting from painting to photography. So I wanted to paint this house which is abandoned, which is lost. But that would mean my interpretation. I took a photography as a medium and started photographing these houses which people have left behind. So that became my project, ongoing archival project, which I continued for a longer time. I started taking photographs of the houses which I was related to, or my cousins' houses. Then I went to village, or in the city itself. So I must have taken thousands of photographs, which became a part of my art practice for many years, and which still continues, because my every project is archival. And it is all ongoing practice. So, and it relates, and so that's what I say: materials, mediums, has its possibility. So every project then ends up in making some video, and that is how I would do. Then likewise, now there was a person who would say that how do you connect with the communities? For long practice in studio, I once felt that I have to connect with the communities. So I became a curator and I started practicing and engaging with the community, engaging with the students, engaging with this affected people. So I went back to Kashmir and I started making the exchange programs, getting the artists to Kashmir, especially those who have left Kashmir, have never gone back. So I, with other artists, and brought them together in a place which is under conflict. It was a challenging, but so I tried to do that. And they came, and it was around 60 artists we gathered together from all over the world, brought them to the place which they have left, and the artists who are living there, who are also affected with various living and conflicts. So both communities, how do you engage and what does it mean? How does art, as it was said by one of the speaker, how does it communicate? It's not advertising, but art also communicates in some way when you engage in that sense, as John has made collaborative projects. So it does engage, it does speak of the places and the practices. So likewise, that was my practice, that how one can engage with the communities or different communities and bring them together through art practice and understand bigger reasons and how do we address these issues. That also brought my project into Kochi Biennale, which I made in Dargah, which I made a shrine there, which is a bigger shrine, which is an architectural piece. And Dargah, because this is the place where all communities would come and stay and get the best of the peace. It was the practice of every community to be in the Dargah. So I built a huge Dargah in the Kochi Biennale. But around that circumstance, I got different voices from poets, writers, artists, younger artists who are born in conflict or who are affected with the conflict or who had addressed these issues. So I had those things around this shrine so that you can walk and listen to other voices too. And inside the shrine, I made small caskets. It was small coffins. And inside the coffins, there were bones which were painted with paper mache, practice of one of the crafts. So why paper mache? Because it directly reflects the place it belongs to. And also the other fact is the craft, because I think that is the biggest strength we have and which has been bit ignored, not given due share. So I also work with the craftsmen. They become very collaborative, especially the paper mache, which you normally see in props, and the vase is small. So I bring it into my art practice for its bigger reach, because these are the areas, and I definitely painted. Mostly my content might be conflict, but I also camouflage with it the beauty of the craft, which it definitely signifies where it belongs to. So those are the practices I do. I always say, because as Jatin Das is saying, of course, that's why the visual is very important. I'm not getting it through, so I could explain more things through that. So interacting physically is very important with the artists and the art practice on the institutions. But on the other hand, I will say technology also helps, because we have been able to do many things through this technology, and it has a bigger reach and we can express it very differently. We always upgrade our things with the time. So it is important. I won't ignore the technology, but at the same time, physical practice is very important. In India, we do face certain problems, because it has become also an post independence. The practice what we practiced was more Western. Since it became a commodity, it became investment market. But we have those issues which we are addressing now, and we also got to look in our own tradition and material and heritage, and which was practiced till, I will say, till Gemini Roy at Kalighat painting. Or we had a huge tradition of art practice, which somehow got derailed over the years. That's what we were taught, Matis and Picassos and all, but it didn't relate to us for long. Now that's why every one of us need to go to the roots of our own, to our traditions, our culture, and then you can emerge into a better art practitioner. I think that's very important. And for this, since this is an institution, it's not, because of course one has to get value. We don't have we don't have museums, we don't have a lot of foundations which would support art practices. It's not like Western. We have our Kumbh Melas are very big, like the Lower Museum has. It has the same kind of but we have museums. We have two problems. Either we don't have museum, there are no visitors. So it has to go down from the school level to have value education, and then art colleges. What kind of practices are being, because now we are in a liberal space, we can have anything can be, it can be architecture to music to art to be interrelated, to make a piece of art. We were visiting yesterday to Jaipur, some Nirja Modi school, some of artists, we were invited. We saw there's a lot of practice going. There's an end number of students in painting left, right, and center. What were they painting? Some Raza's poster or someone's poster. So I don't know how to change this whole idea of what are you doing? What are you up to? You are limiting these kids. There were hundreds of kids painting like it's a big mela. So then I told the director, can you call me? There are at least 10 art teachers there. So I said, I can't, students don't understand. You call all the teachers, we'll talk to them. So we called all teachers. So we told why make them copy? Let them go to again, as Jatin Das said, go to the nature and draw the leaf. Once you draw the leaf, you don't see the tree, you see the leaf. Once you draw, you see the contour of the leaf. So it becomes your archival material. When you want to create something, you will get that leaf or a bone or a face or something. And then we ask teacher, are you practicing yourself? Most of them are not. So I said, you better go with these kids out in the open and draw. You also draw and they will also draw and learn. So, because these are the basics from the young age you got to create. Then you create an audience for tomorrow. I was in, this happens in West because I was visiting, reminds me that one visit to in Mexico in some museum, there was a teacher telling them Frida Kahlo's painting for explaining to toddlers who could hardly understand. I was zapped. Like by the time I saw the museum, she was still teaching them one painting Frida Kahlo. Then I told the teacher, what do they understand? Says, no, it will remain in their head somewhere. So that's how you build the audience. It's not everyone become, but that aesthetic build and understanding. So these are the things one need to inculcate. We don't have such things, such practices in school. This is very much true. And the museums. To create a museum in a school or a college is very important. And to talk about things physically and delivering is very important too. That's how I felt at one point. It's not enough to do a studio practice. You have to go into if I'm working in conflict, I have to be in the conflict and work rather than depend on the reporting. That's how I say, how does it communicate? There was a flood once in Kashmir and I could not go. I was supposed to go with 10 artists, but somebody said, oh, it's raining, so don't go. So I didn't go. So there was a big flood. So then I went later and there was no communication for many days. So I started remembering people and drawing the portraits of my teachers. And I thought, we don't know whether anyone will survive. So that's how art practice, because I made hundreds of portraits of those teachers and shopkeeper or neighbor till the communication got. Then I made a installation of Holland House, which was part of the India Art Fair in 2015. You could enter the house, see then I made a film on what happened, and so that could be seen. So it's always interactive, and it's always the experience what makes you to do things. But the basic thing, you have to learn certain basic materials and mediums and all that. But so the practices should be right at the tender age. I think that's what I have to say. I would have loved to show the presentation, but would be next time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening talk. It's very interesting to listen to you.
Geetika, may I add something? Veerji, that was wonderful.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, please. Ma'am, you have to unmute.
Please.
Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Sorry, there was some, it was not unmuting. Veerji, that was wonderful. And while you were speaking, I did Google the shrine that you had done.
Okay,
it was very beautiful. I've taken some photos. I will ask the students, please, also to Google it and see for yourselves what sir was talking about. It was very interesting. But just to understand for the students what actually you were talking about, because you couldn't show your presentation.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that would be nice. If you show the visuals, you get directly.
Yeah, and please come and whenever you have time, interact more with the students.
Sure.
It can be like a visiting faculty. That would be wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Sanjay ji, thank you for your insight. It was also very important for our students, especially for applied art and animation. So thank you very much, Sanjay ji.
My pleasure.
With this, we come to the end of the first session. I would like to thank Professor John Zika, Sri Jatinda ji, Mr. Sanjay Tiwari, Sri Satish Gupta ji, and Mr. Veer Munshi ji for being here with us in the morning hour and sharing their thoughts on the innovations in visual arts. I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Shukla, for taking out the time from our busy schedule and addressing all the delegates and the students. I am also thankful to our Chairperson, Ma'am, for being here with us. And now we will move to the technical session 1, which will have the keynote speaker, and then we are starting with the paper presentations also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving the insights of this technical session 1 that discusses about impact of visual art and culture. The first keynote speaker for the session is Ms. Nandini Bagla, Chairman, Senior Artist from United States of America. She grew up in Jaipur, India, and studied at the College of Art, New Delhi, Cornell University, BFA, Marlin, Institute of College for Masters, and Shokian School of Painting and Sculpture. She has exhibited widely, including 12 Gates Arts, Philadelphia Gallery Space, New Delhi, Ganges Gallery, Kolkata, CWAG Print Show, Tokyo. Ms. Nandini was awarded the John Mills Printers and Sculptors Grant 2016 and the Will Winter Workspace Program 2019. Her works is a part of many collections, including the Philadelphia Museum of Art, Kiran Nadar Museum of US Department of States. Ms. Nandini lives in New York City and teaches the Robert Blacken printmaking workshop. We welcome you, ma'am, to the show. On to you, ma'am.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me and see me?
You are audible, ma'am. Please go to go.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me to your wonderful university and to your art program. Thank you, Geetika. I'm very, very honored to be here. And I hope I can, share some experiences as an artist that I've gone through. Geetika asked me to speak about my art practice and also some obstacles and challenges that I've faced as an artist and what I can suggest that help me overcome them. So I'll start a little bit by talking about my art practice. I'll attempt to share my screen and show you some videos. Okay, so I can share it. I'm going to view it. Okay, so I think you can see it now, right? My screen?
It's visible.
Yeah, okay. So you already have the background about myself. I'll now describe a bit of the mediums I work in. I mainly work on paper, and I do several mediums. The first of which is drawing, pencil on paper. So these are all the different mediums I work in. Drawing, watercolor, etching, that's a printmaking technique. Also aquatint, holograph, shinkule, which are all printmaking techniques. I work mainly with Japanese paper and specifically Japanese kozo paper. That's my base for most of my work. And I also work with gold leaf and layering techniques. Along with these, I also do some work with thread and fiber and also some sculptural work. But today I will focus on my works on paper since they form the majority of my work. What you see on the screen here is one work. I am trying to, 1 second, get rid of the, 1 second, of this control panel. It's okay. 1 second. I think I have to exit the screen, make it smaller. Okay, now. This is another piece. This is a large piece, 48 by 72 inches. Also, the base is Japanese paper, and I worked with pencil, printmaking techniques, some sewing, and some collage elements. Another work on paper with mixed media elements. I'm going to see if I can enlarge them. There, that's better. So you can see them a bit better. Although it's not as clear. So these have various mixed media elements like drawing, watercolor is here, printmaking, which is etching and aquatint. And all of them have been done on Japanese paper and then glued onto another larger paper. This is, you can see the sizes below. So this is smaller works. These are about 11 by 15 inches, also made using printmaking. They have some glued sari pieces or cut fabrics and then drawing techniques also. I'll just scroll through quickly. Also 11 by 15 and with etching, sari fabric, pen, pencil, watercolor. So in these pieces, I was mainly working with the belongings of my nanny. And the concept behind this whole series was, it was called Unwritten Wills. And the concept was, what do people, what do we really get from people? Like a will is normally a document, which is a legal document written down, and you normally get some, money or property or something. But my whole series was about what do we actually get from them? Apart from all those other things, like what do we learn from them? So I used things left behind by my father. So, for example, these are his glasses, And these are some of his books in the background. This is my mother's doily. My mother is still with us. My father is not, but I still show it as, a portrait of theirs. So this is called family portrait of my parents, and talking about, what things that we learn from them or that I have learned from them. This is also part of a similar series. In the background, you see a floor plan of the house that I grew up in. And these are some of the patterns that I found in the house. These are actually patterns from birth charts or Janampatris that I isolated and then made prints out of. So the round circles are made by a printmaking technique called etching, and then they have been layered onto other, prints, which you can see in the background. This has Japanese woodblock printing along with etching and pencil. So this is a full print. There's no other medium in it. It's a etching made with hard ground and a set of fine needles. And this is a part of a sari. So my endeavor was to make like each thread of the sari visible. This is part of the same series. This piece is called My Mother's Closet. And as you can see, it's a stack of saris from my mother's closet. And this is also an etching. Here you can see all the works I've shown before. Some of them are smaller, some are larger, but here you can see a combination of how they were displayed at an exhibition. You saw some of these works here, like this one, and maybe this one, and this one. So this is how they look as a composite. This entire combination was called Plans, Dreams, and Destiny. I'll now come to my drawings. So this is one of my pencil drawings. It's called Found in Her Trunk. And here it's showing two trunks. And this is also the belongings of my nanny. So you can see her saris. In the trunks, you can see all her various belongings like the Rexona soap and like a table, her study book. She kept studying all through her life, like basic writing and math and things like that. This is her, and all kind of other things that I found, little like old Indian money and other type of books, some fabrics that I found. So this is a pencil drawing called Found in Her Trunk. This is another Found in Her Trunk series. And in this, it's more abstracted. If you compare to this one, this is, more like a more realistic drawing. But here I have taken elements and just kind of suspended them in space. And I've played a lot with scale over here. For example, the shelf really is in real life a lot bigger than the plant, but here the plant becomes bigger than the shelf. So does the box. So I've played a lot with scale and abstraction over here. There's also a bit of layering with printmaking. I'm going to scroll through quickly. These are pencil drawings of my father's books, also part of the Unwritten Will series. This is the drawing of a napkin that I found in one of these trunks. It was, sitting somewhere. So I drew that. This is another drawing of one of the trunks being unpacked and all the saris sitting there. And then I come to a plant series that I did. This series was called Greenhouse Diaries. And in this, I explore how plants, these are miniature plants, these are aerial views of them, and how they really in their complexity become, they like define our emotions. These are kind of like complex emotions that human beings might have. Also, another aerial drawing of a plant, and also defining the complexities that we experience by the complexities here that you see. This is a large piece that I did last year. It's about 42 inches by 62 inches, and it's all done in pencil. This was also done of my father's books, but in this I also included other areas of the basement where these books are housed. So if you go closer, one can see, I'll show you some close-up slides also. One can see there's a fabric draped here with some old canvases, things stored on top like we usually do in houses in India, and books. Here you can see some close-ups. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to stop me and ask questions. So this brings me to the end of my drawing section. I will move on to printmaking, which has also been an important part of my life. Here is a print, Japanese woodblock print I did, and this, in this I'm working with living spaces, what kind of spaces we live in, what they denote. So here it is denoting just emptiness in the space and how our space starts to become very different if we spend more time in it. So it kind of starts becoming abstracted. And this is the first piece of an entire series. And I'll show you some more pieces from the series. I'm also going to show you very quickly a few of my other wall drawings. This was a large drawing on a wall. This is a thread piece. Yeah?
I request you to kindly conclude.
Sorry?
May I request you to kindly take it to 2 minutes more?
Oh, 2 minutes more. Okay, great. So, yeah, so I actually wanted to talk about the obstacles, challenges, but this took longer than I expected. Anyway, now that you have an idea of my work, I will talk briefly about the obstacles and challenges that an artist might face. So there are 4 that I had thought of. One is finding a direction in your work. So an artist must really, there are so many mediums that we all like to do. One must really work on finding a direction in one's work, like what does one really honestly like to do, and work hard on making sustained and substantial work which shows that. So that is the first challenge that one faces as an artist, which is from within. One has to overcome the blocks that one creates within oneself and create a cohesive series of work. Other challenges would include getting visibility for your work and getting representation. So one obviously must work hard on making one's work visible through showing it in various exhibitions, opportunities, finding a good gallery if possible, showing it on social media. So attaining visibility for the work. The third challenge would be financial. So one must always work on creating a financial income stream, because art, it's challenging to support oneself as an artist. So one can teach and do things like that, but it's also advisable to look for another way to sustain yourself as an artist. And then the last challenge would be practical obstacles, which one might face. For example, finding time to do the work, raising a family, and still finding time to do the work, all sorts of other limitations that one might face. So this is what I thought. I guess my time is up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. That was a great insight of the printmaking works which you have shown us and the etching works. It was a great learning experience to the students. Thank you, Ms. Nandini Bhagan. And we'll be starting with the paper presentations. The first on the list is Mr. Mokulito, the Japanese printmaking non-toxic technique by Aradrina Abadal, laureate, art painting residence, Spain. May I request you to please take over from here. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Sorry. Should I start?
Yes, you may start, please.
Yes. Okay. Good morning. Can you share the screen for me? I am with my presentation.
Yes, please. I guess the presentation is visible to you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. I am Ariadna Badal from Marprint Residence. And first of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me. It's my second time that I have the pleasure to participate in these international conferences in visual arts. And my presentation is about my personal research on mokulito, a Japanese printmaking technique which I have been developing for the last 6 years. Could you share the next slides, please? Do you want me to share my screen, maybe?
Just trying to connect it back. There's some technical glitch. And if it is not possible, then you may share, please.
Okay.
And if it is possible for you, you may go ahead even if it's a sharing part. It's visible now. Good, please.
Yes, the previous one. Is possible to share the previous one? Yes, this one. Thank you. Okay. So, well, to begin with, I want to introduce you to our print residence. It is a printmaking residency located in Arenys de Munt. It's a village that is near Barcelona in Spain. And this residency was founded by my parents, Jordi Rosés and Claudia Lloret, more than 30 years ago. It's a printmaking studio and is fully equipped for printmaking. and we are receiving artists from all over the world. Artists can work on various printmaking techniques like intaglio etching, aquatine, electroetching, sugar leaf, soft ground, and a wide variety of less toxic techniques such as dry point, mezzotine, engraving on plastic, relief printing, woodcut, lithography on wood, photo etching, carborundum, collagraph, monoprint, among other techniques. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. The artists who are coming to our print residence have the freedom to create their own work or participate in a variety of courses and workshops. In this studio is where I'm developing my art practice and where I'm teaching courses for individuals and for groups of students. Next slide, please. Okay, today I would like to talk about mokulito. This technique was discovered in Japan by the professor Seishi Osako in the 70s. Okay, and actually Schneefelder, when he invited the lithography on stone, he already suggested that probably other supports could work for lithography, such as aluminum or wood. Originally, well, the previous one, sorry, it's too fast for me. Okay, the previous one, please. Well, I continue with other images, don't worry. The technique, mokurito, it's lithography on wood. Moku means wood in Japanese, and rito means ritogurafu. Is lithography in Japanese. For some reason, probably because of the translation, the name was changed to mokulito. That is an adaptation for the Occident world. The technique was kept like a secret for many years, and it was impossible to find any written documentation. It was surrounded by mystery until 2010, when a group of Japanese artists traveled to Mexico to commemorate the 400th anniversary of the relationship between Mexico and Japan. I learned mokulito in 2016 from the hand of Eva Budka, who is a Polish lithographer, that she spread the technique in Occident. This slide, well, is a project that I have with Teofil Androne, who is another artist, where we are working with the mokulito matrices, and after printing, we transform the matrices into surfboards. And it is a way of enlarging the life of an object after the printing process, because normally when the plate is printed, you don't do anything with the matrices, but it's possible to reuse the matrices and make something useful or beautiful, like a piece of art or something that you can use for surfing. And these surf tables are made of wood. So this is.
With you.
Sorry?
Sorry to intervene. 2 more minutes with you. Last 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Well, for further information, I would. I don't hear you. Sorry. For further information, I would recommend to read my article about the innovations in mokulito, and don't hesitate to contact me if you have any questions. There is the email of our print residence. And please consider applying, sending your application to our print residence if you are searching a place to develop your art projects, or even if you want to learn a new printmaking technique. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much for the insights. Anyone having any queries with Dr. Edwina may please post it here. The next paper we have, The History of Indian Calligraphy by Dr. Chiruvari Omkarachari from College of Art, New Delhi. It's over to you, Mr. Omkarachari.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Chiruvari Omkarachari, Assistant Professor, College of Art. Today's my paper presentation.
Kindly put your camera on, please.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Omkarachari. Today's my presentation is the topic, the history of Indian calligraphy. Calligraphy from the Greek word calligraphia. Kalos, beauty, graphos, writing, meaning beautiful writing. Calligraphy, the art of writing, has many names in India. One of them is called Sulekhan. Su means beautiful and Lekhan means writing. All refer to the beautiful art of writing. India is known for its diverse scripts and languages. You find a different language, script and culture as you cross borders of any state of India. Hindi is the national language of India and Devanagari is the script used for the writings this language. Ashoka was the first Indian emperor to promote his dynasty through carved stones and pillars. Following the Ashoka style of Indian writing, two new calligraphic types appeared, Kharosthi and Brahmi. Kharosthi was used in the northwestern regions of India from 3rd century BC to the 4th century of Christian era, and it was used in the Central Asia and until the 8th century. Brahmi script is the origin of Devanagari script. Dev means God and Nagari means city. Thus, Devanagari means script from the city of gods. Direction of writing Devanagari is left to right in horizontal motion. Religious texts are the most frequent subject for calligraphy. Monastic Buddhist communities had members trained in calligraphy having shared responsibility for duplicating sacred scriptures. Jain traders incorporated illustrated manuscripts celebrating Jaina saints. The holy books of the Sikhs has been traditionally handwritten with illuminated examples. Indian calligraphy, the past. Indian traders and colonist military adventures, Buddhist monks and missionaries brought the Indic script to the countries of Southeast Asia. Fine Sanskrit calligraphy written on palm leaf manuscripts were transported to various parts of Southeast Asia, including Bali. In the north of India, birch bark was used in the writing surface as early as the 2nd century AD. Many Indian manuscripts were written on palm leaves, even after the Indian languages were put on paper in the 13th century. Both sides of the leaves were used in for writing. Long rectangular strips were gathered on top of one another. Holes were drilled through all the leaves, and the book was held together by string. Books of this manufacture were common to Southeast Asia. The palm leaf was an excellent surface for pen writing, making possible the delicate lettering used in many of the scripts of Southern Asia. Arabic script, Kufic. Kufic is the oldest form of the Arabic script. It is developed around the end of the 7th century in the areas of Kufa, Iraq, from which it takes its name. It was the main script used to copy Qurans from 8th to 10th century and went out of the general use in the 12th century when the following Naqshi style became more practical, although it continued to be used as a decorative element to contrast superseding styles. Kufic calligraphy. Arabic text on the Qutub Minar is in the Kufic style of calligraphy. Decorations with the flowers, wreaths, and baskets show the native influence of Hindu and Jaina traditions. The Islamic calligraphy is applied on the wide range of decorative mediums other than paper, such as tiles, vessels, carpets, and inscriptions. Before the advent of paper, papyrus and parchment were used for writing. The advent of paper revolutionized calligraphy. While monasteries in Europe treasured a few dozen of volumes, libraries and Muslim world regularly contained hundreds of even thousands of volumes of books. By the 10th century, the Persians who had converted to Islam began weaving inscriptions on the elaborately patterned silks. So precious were calligraphic inscribed textiles. that Crusaders brought them to Europe as prized possessions. Mughals and the Islamic calligraphy. It is hypothesis that the Persian influence in Indian calligraphy gave a rise to unique and influential blend in Indian calligraphy. Although it should be noted that the several different calligraphic traditions existed in India and that Indian scripts were fundamentally different from scripts used in Arabic and Persian traditions. Some of the notable achievements of the Mughals were their fine manuscripts. The style of calligraphy was thought to influence other traditions of India, such as Indian epics, including the Ramayana and Mahabharata. Emperor Humayun had brought Persian calligraphers into India. They would later join the native Hindu artists of India to further promote this art in the court of Emperor Akbar. Indian calligraphists over history have worked with a wide range of materials ranging from clay, coins, stone, metal, cloth, leaves to paper. Exquisitely styled ink pots are special featured of Indian calligraphy. India has a rich heritage of calligraphy in the form of documents and monuments. Calligraphy, the artistic practice of handwriting and by extension of bookmaking, became popular and lands of sharing common Islamic cultural heritage. Calligraphy became the most venerated of artistic expression in Islamic cultures, followed by the abstract depictions and floral motifs. Quran created a new prestige for the Arabic language, its written form of visual expression. Since no other book could match the Quran in its holiness of the Allah's eternal word, the Arabic script played an important role in not only the development of the Arabic language, but also of the Islamic culture. Verses of the Holy Quran, sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, and proverbs were the main source of the Islamic calligraphy. One name remains closely associated with the Taj Mahal, with the superb calligraphic inscriptions displayed in the geometric friezes on the white marble. That is the name of the ingenious calligrapher Amanat Khan, whose real name was Abdul Haq. It is quite possible that Amanat Khan was responsible for the choice of...
One more minute to go, sir.
Excuse me?
Sorry to intervene. One more minute to go, please.
Yeah. Quite possible that Amanat Khan responsible for the choice epigraphics of the Taj Mahal, that is the Quranic verses of the religious quotations appearing on the mausoleum. Calligraphers had through knowledge on how to identify the best cane suitable for the good pen, how to trim the nib and cut the point, and how to split the cane exactly in the center so that the nib had equal halves. A good pen was cherished and sometimes was even handed down to the another generation. Other times it was buried with the calligrapher when he died. Ink was the many colors including black, brown, yellow, red, blue, white, silver, and gold. Black and brown inks were often used since their intensities, consistencies could vary greatly. Why calligraphy is still important and useful in today's life. Calligraphy improves eye-hand coordination. It teaches composition and balance to produce beautiful calligraphy that combines strong energetic marks with the flow and balance. Calligraphy is deeply meditative and relaxing. With each and every stroke you create, your attention and focus moves further into what you are doing. Owing to that concentration, your mind starts to forget the other problems. Calligraphy focus to slow down focus and breath. Calligraphy stimulates neuronal activity, helping us to develop a broader vocabulary and write texts that are more comprehensive. One of the major benefits of calligraphy is that it helps you build strong relationships with people around you. A handwritten note in calligraphy makes your message more meaningful. Calligraphy is an integral part of cultural tradition, relying on the aesthetics of calligraphy for spiritual expression, making calligraphy a highly respected art form. Calligraphy is applied on all kinds of objects to remind the observer of the mystical power of divine. Now, there are many famous Indian contemporary calligraphers who worked with such great zeal that they won appraisal from different quarters. We should to appreciate their skill and honor because they are the future hope of our country. These Indian calligraphers will get place, pride and field of calligraphy such as Khurshid Alam, Achyut Palo, a promising calligrapher, and his works are prized by many other contemporary calligraphers. We have other well-known calligraphers like Irshad Hussain, Fariki, Manohar Vittal Desai, and Muhammad Asin, whose works have won laurels. Calligraphy is an excellent visual form and is often called the art of writing. Let us practice it, keep learning, experience new things. You never know how or when it may make an impact in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Great insight. Next presentation we have on visual art culture in government schools across coastal Andhra by Dr. N. Pawan Kumar from Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. On to you, Dr. N. Pawan Kumar. start at 1:12.
Hello, may I audible?
You're audible, so go to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about my research area on popular visual culture in government schools. I'll stop sharing my screen. Can you see my presentation?
It's loading, sir. Good to go, sir.
Yeah, I'll just briefly conclude my presentation on this particular short time. My research area is visual art culture in government school across coastal Andhra. If you see this image, you can see what I'm trying to project visual. What kind of visuals in painted in government schools, how they communicate the students, how they will understand through the visuals. That is what my focus area in this particular paper. So when coming to the content, I focused on many areas like Bharata Mata and nation icons and Ashoka Pillar and moral stories and any other subject related visuals which painted on inside the classrooms. The research is about how it is impacting the students to learn and understand and memorize. When I visited the government school across the coastal Andhra, I was talking to many school teachers that they shared that insight that rather than class teaching, a oral presentation, students will learn more from looking at the visuals on the walls. That is how these visuals are very much helpful and to motivate students to understand the content of the subject is very much appreciated. In that way, I observed many schools, government schools, particularly in Andhra. Why not private schools? If you see the private schools, you don't see such kind of visuals painted on the walls of the private schools. That is why I choose particularly government schools. The reason behind it, almost all schools are painted in the nationalistic icons and which images representing the nationalism and Indian history. Looking at these visuals daily in their life, students will learn their socio-political and religious awareness of their particular region. Other than that national political aspects, they also learn the classroom teachings through visuals which painted on the inside the classrooms. So by here, what is the impact? Visual impact is very much is taking place than the teachers explaining them. Along with that, when they saw the visuals, they will see the visual and they will understand it and they will memorize it. By this practice, they will know the more about it. The repetition of the visuals regularly, making them more understanding and more memorizing about the content. So it is not only the nationalistic perspective, it is also the educational perspective also. How the students is able to understand to see the through textbook visuals and other surfaces. If you see the street art also, we can see that there also the visuals is very much communicated. So this visuals is really helping these schools, particularly in this region, to know more about content and subject. That is what my concentrate on this. And I spoke to many school teachers where they are sharing their own perspectives on this visual communication and education also, which is very much important, and the opposite side, which very much neglected in many art schools, which comes to my mind that, but I am talking about purely perspective of in school level. School level, this is taking a very good initiative to knowledge the students. That way it is helping. This visual culture is really helping to students from that perspective, I'm really appreciated all the school teachers, whoever I met across the region. And I also very much happy that it is not about the art perspective, it is about the visual perspective. At least school teachers are trying to educate the students through their visuals from their region, and they are painting like nationalistic leaders like Gandhi, Nehru, even Bharat Mata, Mother Teresa, all these national icons whom they want to introduce to students, they are introducing through their pictures. That is how this visual culture is really helping to students, and I'm very happy about this kind of cultural practices in the government schools. And there is a lot more to talk, but it is not possible, I think. So I'm concluding this. My observations on this regional cultures are very much helpful to me to understand as an artist how commercial art practices are influencing the school visual culture, and also that how this visuals is very much helping and supporting the students across the regional schools. Also, the impact, ultimately the learning and teaching and learning impact is very much appreciated through this visual culture, what I observed from my research areas. And that is how I want to go further also in the same research area to more understand the challenges and all.
May I request?
And that is what my observations from this visual culture, and that is how I understood the visual culture importance in government school. Thank you so much for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for the wonderful insights of the Coastal Andhra. Next paper presentation is on effective role of visual narratives in the promotion of tea startup brands in India today. It is by Mr. Nimesh Shah from MSU Baroda. We welcome you here, Baksa. On to you.
Hello, everyone. Very good afternoon to all. So please share my screen so I can. Okay. Hello, everyone. My this presentation topic is related to chai. Chai. Next slide. Next slide, ma'am. Title of my presentation is Effective Role of Visual Narratives. And the purpose of this paper presentation is to focus on visual narratives, how visual narratives are work in present days, in this particularly tea startup brands in India. So next slide. First of all, if I move to my core subject, I would like to introduce about this Indian market. There are three categories of products are available in Indian market. First one is a local level, second one is regional level, and third one is a national level. So it is a huge market for this business as well as service providers. Next slide. So now tea is there are several tea brands are available in Indian market, and some of the brands are almost 70 to 80 years old, just like the Tata, Taj Mahal, Wagh Bakri. These are some of the brands are very established brands are in Indian market. Next slide. But some of the brands are now come up as a startup in India. For example, ICIVA'22, Chai Point, Chai Chuta Bar, Tea Box, and the Chayas. These are the brands who were established within the last 10 years. Right? What is the major difference between this old established brand and the new startup brands? Old brands are selling in the strictly leaf to them, but nowadays new startups are not only providing them a tea, but they are providing a ready-made tea, and plus they are providing the space to enjoy this tea. So this is a major difference between this established brands and plus the new startup brands. Next slide. So now MBH, I will now come to the visual narrative parts. How visuals are to communicate within this. Just for example, MBA Chaiwala. These are one of the now upcoming startup brand, and now the person, Mr. Bilore's face is iconic. Now, apart from this chai, they are now highlighting on his face and his journey. They are talking about the chai, but in terms of his journey. So this is the first narrative which is communicate a chai in the context of this journey. Next, Chayos. It's one of the upcoming brand in India and established brand. They are now focusing on the elements which are related to the India and the ingredient part. They are not focusing on the how a ready-made chai is available, but they are now focusing on the ingredient. They are use this to communicate with these are the Indian brands. So they use a Turana, the pattern over there. They use a very typeface over there. They use a very colors which are communicate regarding the product which is related to maybe other quantity lights or different flavors are there. And now come to the second part is another brand tea box. It's one of the established brand, startup brand in India. They are also communicating through a design how they are narrating stories about this. They used a recycle idea with whatever the box they are providing. You can reuse this box at your home, as well as they have used the elements which are communicated from this past of India and as well as the old matchboxes. So they are narrating or maybe communicating to India and with the use of elements which are related to the India. So next slides. Yeah. Again, this is a good example of that. How they are communicating with this really good style illustrations and their Indian past and matchboxes are there. Okay. So next slide. My idea is to focus on the tea. Before that, they are just talking about the tea and how the tea affects. Nowadays, my difference is they are not talking about the tea. They are talking about this experience, what consumers are facing, experience, how he or she may feel about this. So this is just my idea regarding this. Thank you everyone for this.
Thank you, sir. That was a very crisp presentation on tea startup roundups. Next, we have the presentation on street art and its impact on society by Dr. Preeti Sayamukta from AFA University. I welcome you, ma'am.
Can you please share my slide? So, good afternoon, Amity University. Thank you, Geetika, for inviting me. I am Dr. Preeti Samyukta, Head Department of Painting, College of Art, Hyderabad. I've always been intrigued by this street art because since 2015, START came up and developed, street artists. We in Hyderabad have only a couple working on street art. All of them are either artists working on canvas or installation artists, sculptors, but none have emerged into street artists. So we have a couple where I'm going to talk about. So the purpose of street art is the question here. My paper talks briefly about it. I'm going to be very quick in my presentation. My question is, what role does street art play? Does street art impact the society or does it not? Does it depend on where it is executed? All these questions are definitely a very good research challenge. What intrigues people about street art is the kind of surprise it comes up as a final execution. And even when you talk about graffiti, which is a part of street art, sometimes it's just overlooked, and sometimes it is a question of whether it is a legitimate art form. Next slide. So once, when we were young, we saw lots of walls covered with political slogans, posters, bills, and then stick no bills. All this, if you look today, looks actually as a pattern of art. It's the way we are looking at and the perception also. Once used as an expression made from for political parties by sticking bills and posters of advertisements, the walls today have evolved into a thorough visual communication or narration for all. Street art is also, used for purposes to convey, to narrate, to rebel. It is usually created as a means to convey a message connected to political ideas or social commentaries. Next slide. So there's another question in my paper which talks about defining spaces in art, which again we talk about where is the street art executed, where it is being painted, who is watching, because we have the term street art itself is something which is a public art form. And is it relevant to the space and people? And does it convey the correct message? Is it positive, or is it giving a negative impact? What I've observed is street art is a humongous effort, and to keep aesthetics and its purpose well guarded. If you go to the previous slide, I just want to, because students are watching this, I saw this picture on the internet, and I felt that this is very interesting, because you see the pipes there. Those are those instruments, forms, and they are the drain pipes of whenever there is water flushing out from rainwater, it flows in and makes a musical sound. So that's also part of this art. Next slide. Next slide, yeah. So you look at how this building is used, the 3D painting. The building itself is in its own dimensions, and then the 2D is made into 3D. Very interesting when you see. So the space is used well. Next slide. All these are international artworks. Yeah, so this is an art which is in the main street of Peru. So you see the artist using the space, the rough walls, nothing is painted or again made, but the artist is, the interesting part is the artist uses that space, where the be it door, be it windows, or the rough spaces of the wall. Next slide. This is a well-known artist, Leon Keir, who's painted this gift box. This is a building. So look at the interesting composition. Next slide. The same artist. So the interesting part is when you talk about street art, the previous slide, please. When you talk about street art, you see how the buildings have emerged into a different visual language. So it is definitely for sure that, onlookers, the public, the mass are going to be definitely, asking questions about, they start thinking in their minds. Next slide.
1 minute to conclude, please.
Yes, next slide. Okay, you can just go on. Next slide. Next. Next. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Yeah, this is the artist, the couple artists of Hyderabad, who are the only street artists who have been painting tremendous street artworks for government schools and libraries. You can see their works. Next one. They use windows and doors, and this is a stadium of PV Sindhu where they've painted, this is a huge work. Next slide. This is in Khammam. It's a public building, government building. Next slide. This is when Street Start had come here, and these two were students then. This is how they evolved from here. This is their first artwork. Next slide. This is a library. Next slide. See the way they've used the composition. Is that all? Next slide. Yeah. So the composition makes it more interesting. I'm definitely sure, like Leon Keir, these youngsters have been influenced by artists, international artists, but very good work by them. And, students here, I would want to convey a message that it's not only on canvas that you can paint all over, depending on where your imagination takes you and how effective your, artwork is. This is the last slide. Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me this little time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti Swayambhukta. That was a beautiful insights and very interesting images throughout India and world. We conclude the technical session 1 here.
Varun, just a minute. Thank you once again to all the paper presenters for this technical session 1 on the impact of visual art culture. I would like to thank Ms. Nandini for joining us from the US, which is almost midnight there. So you must give a big clap to her. And, all research papers which have been presented, including our paper from one of the presenters who's from Spain. So I'm very happy that all of you participated. We look forward to read them in detail, and students should be getting benefit out of that. Thank you once again to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll be having a quick break. Everyone is expected to report by 2 post-lunch. We'll be starting the session at 2. Please be here back by 1:55 p.m.
Recordings.
Good afternoon, students. Before we start, I must tell one thing, that in the first half, I have seen in so much talk happening amongst yourself. It's only one day event, that too with leading artists and researchers. I really do not know what important discussion you have got, which you have to carry on here only. Still, I am talking. What's the name of this girl? Yes. I will suggest your faculty members to only give you attendance after taking a quiz, that what you people have learned today. Ideally, you should submit at least a page to your faculty program leader about your understanding of the day. I think so that you should submit, Varun, if you can implement. We should not give any attendance only for sitting here and chit-chatting, I think so. And please keep respect for the faculty members. I am sitting here from morning. You are only here, even if you are not here, then you would have attended your classes. I have not got till now a single question from you people that this we wanted to ask Mr. Satish Gupta, Mr. Veer Munshi, or John Zika. I have not got any question from anybody. Anyway, it is 2:30. We should start. Huh?
Yes. A very warm good afternoon to all of you present here. I welcome all the keynote speakers and the paper presenters for the session. We are starting with the technical session 2, role of technology in art and design. I'd like to invite our Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, to please address the gathering and welcome the guests.
Hi, everybody. First of all, a big thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome here. This session is very important. We are talking about the role of technology in art and design. We have got one keynote speaker, Mr. Jaiji, who has already joined here. And then we have got 6 papers, which are primarily on the theme of the role of technology in art and design. As I was mentioning in the morning also, that gradually we are finding that technology is getting embedded with the art, and a lot of creative fields are getting strengthened with the role of the emerging technologies. Whether we talk about the AI today, or whether we are talking about the all the new technologies which are developing, all the fields of creative art are going to get benefited with it. We have seen in the recent past emergence of the new courses, new programs, which have got technological inputs in it, exactly. So it means Of course, we talk about once we are creative, it is something with us as our strength, inbuilt strength. But technology, yes, we need to imbibe and we need to learn technology. And one thing is important in technology, that it keeps on changing from moment to moment. What mobile phones we are using today, they may not be there after few months or few years, I must say. There was a time when people talked about the 2G, 3G, now we talk about 5G. You never know that when will we talk about the 6G. So what I meant to say here, that of course we are, whether we talk about the students, researchers, or the faculty, we are from the creative field. But yes, the role of technology is very much important. That's why we have kept this session. And we look forward for interesting deliberations and the research findings, to know the research findings from the researchers also. Thank you once again to all for joining here.
Thank you, sir. With this, I would like to introduce our guest for today. For this session, and Jazil Homer Wazir is an animation artist, is an anime style artist, animator, and creator of one of India's longest running web manga series, The Beast Legend. With over 11 years of experience in animation and 8 years of freelancing online, Jazil will be sharing some of his views on the topics of freelancing in animation sector. We invite you, Mr. Jazil, to share your insights with our students and us.
Sure. So first of all, thank you, Amity and Racom, for having me here for this talk. It's always inspirational to connect with students who are actually going to get into the field and, make their mark. So, of course, I'm going to be talking about freelancing. I'm also going to be talking about technologies that help speed up the freelancing process as well. So after I'm done, I will take questions from any of you guys. If you have any doubts, please just, let me know whenever the session is done. So I'm going to start, and I'm going to not take it very long. I'm going to keep it short. I'm going to start with the basics of freelancing. How many of you here are planning, kind of have in mind about taking freelancing as a career? Because I do it full time. I've been in this field for 11 years, and now I freelance since the last 8 years with studios, with individuals, and it's always fun to work on something new. So I'm going to go on and tell you about the basic pillars of freelancing, which I call PCPC. So the first one is obviously presentation. How do you present your work? Today, the world is open. You have access to the internet. You can connect with some of the best people in the field through your DMs, through your work. You never know what opportunity lies ahead. So to have a very strong portfolio, to have a very strong presence is actually today very important. Not just not just on the local circle, but on the international circle as well. And that is why it's very essential to have a very strong portfolio and a demo reel which showcases your skills. I'm going to give you an example of something I prepared for my last demo reel. So something that's work that I did over the last 1 year. And it's actually just 1% of the work that I've done over the last year. And it's purely animation, but I also do illustrations, character designs, and a lot of other stuff. So I'm going to share the screen so that you guys can see what an impactful demo reel looks like. And let me just open the screen and share it with you guys. I'm going to play the demo reel right here. Okay, so I hope you guys were able to see see how an impactful demo reel looks like, what you need to have on your demo reel. Your Instagram handles, your your contact information. Of course, I've not put the contact information on this one because it's like a private thing. But like I said, presentation is very important. From this demo reel, you get clearly like what my style is like, what my visualization is. So next time when somebody approaches me and tells me, hey, I need you to make something for me, something like an animation, just give me an example. I'll say, no, you've seen what I've done, what I'm capable of. We can start with the animation and then, we can, fix up the financial terms and go ahead, because that's very essential. The second part of a freelance artist is communication. Today, like I said, the world is open. It is so essential for people to use technology to communicate with each other. We have social media platforms today. We have open contacts with some of the best people in the industry. Of course, you need to restrict yourself on how you approach people, because let's just say if it's a huge artist, he might not respond to your DMs immediately, or he might not even respond. But you should at least try to, connect with people slowly and steadily, like their posts, like their stories, maintain a relationship, and then kind of, approach those people. If they have something that's close to you, if you want to intern with them, just express your opinions. So today in this digital age, everything is open. You have your Instagram, you can DM your favorite artists, you can check out their work. It's so important to connect with people right now in this day and age. So use your platforms, use them a little carefully, of course. Just don't approach someone saying, hi, I like your work, I want to connect with you. No, you have to first develop a relationship with that person through communication like likes, comments, shares, and then start slowly approaching the person for tips or whatever it is that you need from them. Third part, the most important part is promotion. A lot of us in India basically lack that, and it's a concerning topic because, of course, promotion is the key. If people don't know about Jazil Homawazir, they're not going to search about Jazil Homawazir on their own. Instagram is not just going to show them Jazil Homawazir's work or any of us. So it's first so necessary to build up a presence. How do you build up a presence? It's not just by, directly approaching people or, telling them, go like my work, go follow me, check me out. No, it's about a constant process of, slowly, consistently creating artworks, putting them out. Like I said, if you just keep doing original artworks, chances are you won't be seen. So there are times when I do a lot of fan art, I do a lot of mixed mythology art, so that I can attract people from various genres to check out my work, and then maybe one of them, even if one of them like converts into a client, it's a huge thing. You start monetizing it, and that's how it goes. So promotion is very important. Once you start freelancing, I'm not just talking about freelancing, but in general, once you start earning, right, you can of course go for ads, see what audience you get, you can connect with and make them your clients. Start targeting through social media, through various forms. Today, there are so many art sites. There's DeviantArt, there's Fiverr, there's Upwork, where you can actually get work and, make a kind of sustainable living through freelancing. It's not easy. It takes a lot of time as well. Like, if you work in a studio, you have a constant setup and, you're earning a monthly salary, but freelancing is very different. Freelancing, you have to literally grab every opportunity you get. You have to be on every platform to make an impact. And today, there are a lot of platforms where you can showcase your work, and that's where technology plays a vital role. Third is collaboration. So PC. Again, not one person can do absolutely everything, but when you're a freelancer, when you're approached as a freelancer, at least when it comes to animation, you have to keep everything in mind. Like, you'll have to do the sketching, you'll have to do the storyboarding, you'll have to do the coloring. It's a long-drawn process, unlike a studio where there's a separate coloring department, where there are separate people who handle the storyboards. That is something that's very different when it comes to actual, what can I say, work environment. You're basically in freelancing, you can work from home, you save up a lot of time and stuff like that. But a lot of responsibility falls upon you to deliver a product that the client wants. So it's very essential not just to be good at one thing, but you have to be good at various aspects. But even with that, the problem is that you are just one person. So find like-minded people who you can collaborate with, somebody who does backgrounds, somebody who probably does good post-compositing. And when you work together, right, it's a completely different environment. You start sharing your ideas. Someone might have a better idea than the director himself. So it's very crucial to collaborate from time to time. Not all projects can be done that way, depending on the budget. But wherever you get a chance, collaborate with people, make contacts through various platforms. I mean, I've made contacts through Instagram, I've made contacts through Facebook over the years. So, like I said, presentation, communication, promotion, and collaboration. These three things are absolutely crucial to start your freelance career. Now, when we talk about freelancing, all right, you are just one person doing everything. So you need technology that speeds up your process. You need a tablet. A lot of people, still draw on paper, which is fine. But when you're freelancing, that kind of concept, gets a little difficult because you have to scan each frame. Now we have tablets like Wacom, a lot of brands, and we have easy communication through, softwares like TV Paint, Photoshop, Adobe Flash. There are so many softwares which you can use, which you are comfortable with. Choose a software and just start speeding up your process, because it's very important as a freelancer to speed things up. Otherwise, it's going to be a really tough task to get everything together in a record time. And again, as a freelancer, if you're working solo, the max you can pick up projects are like for 10 minutes or maybe 7 to 10 minute stuff. All right. It's not possible for a single person to take on an entire episode. So you have to be very careful when finding out your clients. And for that, I think it's very essential to be active on social media. Most of my clients in my career, I've been building my client base since 2008. Like when I started fan animations, I started by creating fan animations of various manga, including Naruto, sometimes Bleach. And these things pick up on YouTube. Once things pick up on YouTube, you will always get one or two clients that will come in, ask you to do some work for them. There are so many people creating comics, independent comics, who want their work in animation format so that they can, show it off at different venues, as well as a lot of animation studios today freelance artists, because unlike before, right, like when we started, internet was slow, we didn't have as much resource material, but you guys are so lucky that you have so much resource material available online today, thanks to technology. I mean, you can find literally anything you want and start kind of making things in 3D, in 2D, whatever it is. But back in the day, we literally had to use the limited resources that we had to, and I'm talking about 2007, 2008 when I started. So comparatively, you guys have a far more, what can I say? A lot of more technologies to access, a lot of more platforms where you can showcase your work. And of course, if you see me, I'm extremely active on social media. It's where I get, like Facebook is where I get most of my work from. Then there's, of course, communicating with other artists on projects. Like if they need some freelancer to handle a particular scene. Like for me, when it comes to camera angles, people approach me. So things build up. And as a studio, you can, you stay in one place, you can grow. But as a freelancer, it's a constant changing game. And if you have a passion for animation and you have a passion for, exploring new things, it's one of the best things that can ever happen to you. At least it's one of the best things that's ever happened to me. But to get there, there's a lot of work that goes in. You have to give years of your time. In fact, I might not even have started my animation journey if I hadn't created my comic. So here's a little fun story. I hope you guys have time. Just give me 2 minutes. I actually started my BSc in IT. I did my BSc in IT, but I always wanted to go into animation. So after my BSc, of course, I did a course in animation, a short course of 2 years. And then I decided to start my own web manga series inspired by Naruto. So I was very inspired by Naruto, so I started my own web manga series. And when that happened, right, I mean, once the series was out, I sold almost 150 copies at the first Comic Con. And surprisingly, the series won the best webcomic series in 2012, which literally catapulted my career. Like I started then working in a studio as a character designer because people loved the character designs I had done for this series called Beast Legion, which you see behind me. So you can find it online as well and just go through it. And like I said, that thing opened so many opportunities for me through social media, through various word of mouth. So that's one thing that goes a long way. You have to work on personal projects as well as keep work in mind. Now, the problem with India, as like I said, the obstacles people face is the perception of art. I mean, now it's changing, but when I was there, like anime wasn't even a thing. But I still wanted to, kind of make a niche for myself in that medium. A lot of people told me, no, it's very saturated. There might not be a scope. But no, today you are not limited to India itself. Today you can share your work with the world. You can work from India with other studios across the world, thanks to this technology, thanks to social media platforms. So never give up on your dream of just working locally. What your ambitions are completely different. Some of you might want to stay low-key and earn good amount of money. Some of you might want to have your names in the end credits. Some of you might want to work from home, which is fine. I mean, there is no problem working from home and creating amazing stuff. Today, you can do that sitting in your house, creating like really good stuff for studios abroad. And it's a possibility today. So you guys are lucky. You guys have amazing faculty now, a lot more knowledge sharing. So that's where freelancing, plays a very important role. If you plan to freelance, all these things play a very important role. So like I said, when it comes to drawbacks, of course, building a client base takes a lot of time. It takes like a year, 2 years, sometimes even 3 years to get your first 5, 6 clients.
Excuse me, Mr. Jazal, if you could just conclude in next 2 minutes.
Yes, I will conclude in the next 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
And the thing is, like I said, 2 very important aspects that you need to keep in mind while freelancing is first, make sure you know your worth. If you have a particular style or something that matches with other people, go and research how much do they charge. Make your rates competitive. I've seen people on Fiverr, do work for $5, $10. Please don't lower yourself to that level. If your work is good, people will pay for it. Secondly, is the most important concept of freelancing is that always ask for an advance payment upfront. It's extremely important because a lot of people, will make you do something like a complete storyboard. They'll scrap it, but they'll take they won't pay you. Later on, they might even actually use it. So always make sure you take an advance whenever you know your work, right? So you have to keep that advance. If you're not able to perform it, you can give the advance back to the client, but always make sure to take an advance from the client. So with that, of course, there's a lot of other topics that I would like to add, but of course, we're running out of time, so I understand that. But that is something I wanted to share with all of you, and I hope it helped. I was actually planning, I didn't know if we are taking Q&A sessions, but anyway, that's what I wanted to tell, and I hope it helps you guys out. I know it's a lot of things to process, but I'm sure once you see through this again, you'll get an idea. So that's about it from me, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Jazal. It was a very relevant and very interesting presentation on your part.
Thank you, Mr. Jazal.
Thank you so much, sir.
Take a minute. It was, I think so, it was really heart to heart which you spoke, and it was very practical which you spoke in terms of freelancing. And as you say that you have got a lot to share, I can understand. So I'll request you to, I'll discuss with my faculty coordinators. We would like to have a long session with you. And much more relevant, because what I see that in our field of the creative field of the art or animation or visual communication, there are good number of students who after doing undergrad or the PG are looking for entrepreneurial venture, if I use a term. So they need to understand the nitty-gritty of that, how to go ahead about that, how to work on the freelancing project. So we would like to have you on board with us again, depending upon your time schedule. Thank you once again. It was very interesting, and I would like to see some of your work. Whenever I get time, I'll go to the Google.
Absolutely, sir. If you just search my name on Instagram, you'll just get my profile first, so you can check it out.
I'll definitely do that part. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you everyone for having me here.
Thank you so much. With that, I'll be introducing the next speaker for the day. Shri Advaita Gadnayak ji, Director General, NGMA, is with us. Shri Advaita Gadnayak is a Director General, National Gallery of Modern Art, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, New Delhi. He pursued art education from BK College of Arts and Craft and completed his master's from Delhi Art College and further studied at Slade School of Fine Arts in London. As a celebrated sculptor, he has received many awards: National Lalit Kala Academy Award in 93, Odisha Lalit Kala Academy Award in 1999, to mention a few. The stunning sculptor park he created at the KIIT campus is another of his much admired outdoor installations. I request Sir to please address the gathering and share his insights with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
So दिन भर आप लोग बहुत मेहनत किए। सुबह से भी हमने कोशिश किया कि थोड़ा कनेक्ट करने के लिए आप लोग को अपने नेशनल गैलरी ऑफ मॉडर्न आर्ट तो देखा होगा। हमने यहाँ पर जो कोशिश किया है, और मैं एक स्कल्प्टर हूँ। मेरा मीडियम होता है, ज्यादातर मैं स्टोन में काम करता हूँ। और यहाँ पर आप नेशनल पुलिस मेमोरियल देखे होंगे, जो बहुत बड़े स्कल्पचर है, करीब 300 टन वेट होगा उसका। और चाणक्यपुरी में देख सकते हैं। राजघाट में गांधी जी का दांडी मार्च भी हमने बनाया, उसको भी देख सकते हैं स्टोन में। अभी रिसेंटली सुभाष बोस का स्टैचू भी तैयार हुआ इंडिया गेट में। तो एक स्कल्प्टर और एक मीडियम का साथ जो तालमेल है, और उसका बारे में मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि एक जब स्टोन में काम होता है, कभी कभी यहाँ पर भी जो स्टूडेंट आते हैं उनको बोलता हूँ, सबसे बड़ा टीचर होता है नेचर। जो मीडियम हमारा है स्टोन, वो डायरेक्ट कनेक्ट करता है। उसको जब टच करते हैं हम वाइब्रेशन फील करते हैं। और ये हमारा हिस्ट्री का बहुत बड़ा विटनेस है। एक लेयर पूरा हिस्ट्री बताता है। कभी उसका पास भी जाते हैं ना, पहाड़ का पास के पत्थर का पास, आपको लगता है कि शेल्टर जैसा है। और उसका जब कार्विंग शुरू करते हैं, शुरू में तो झगड़ा होता है, उस टाइम के बाद कॉम्प्रोमाइज करते हैं। एक स्टेज ऐसा आता है कि वो इतना सॉफ्ट हो जाता है, आप उसको फील करते हैं, धीरे धीरे उसमें मर्ज हो जाते हैं और दोस्ती शुरू होता है। एक बार दोस्ती हो गया ना, फिर काम करना बहुत इजी हो जाता है। एक सबसे बड़ी बात है, मैं ग्रेनाइट में काम करता हूँ। ग्रेनाइट क्योंकि बहुत पुराना पत्थर है, क्योंकि सारा हिस्ट्री उसका पास है, हमने प्लैनेट में क्या क्या किया। अगर उसको हम सरेंडर करते हैं, वो सारी डायलॉग भी आप कर सकते हैं, और उसका अंदर हम फील करते हैं लाइफ होता है। क्योंकि कभी ऐसे भी स्टोन मैरिज सेरेमनी भी जापान में होता है। हमारी भी यहाँ पर जब पत्थर के लिए हम जाते हैं क्वारी पे, पहले तो उसको पूजा करते हैं और ऐसे रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि आपसे ये चीज ले रहे हैं और एक अच्छा चीज बना के आपको गिफ्ट करेंगे। एक स्कल्प्टर और मीडियम जो दोस्ती का बात मैं बता रहा हूं, इतना नजदीक हो जाता है कि उसका हर चीज आपको अच्छा लगता है। आप कोशिश करते हैं उसका कैरेक्टर को अच्छी तरह से प्लान करके काम करेंगे और उसका जो वाइब्रेशन है, जो आपका सोच है, दोनों का तालमेल इतना बढ़िया हो जाता है कि आपको पता नहीं चलता है आप स्टोन है कि स्कल्पचर है, वो एक एकाकार हो जाता है, जो कि उसको बोल सकते हैं। तो हमारी जो सिस्टम है कि आर्टिस्ट जब काम करता है उसी कैरेक्टर में वो उसका सिस्टम तैयार हो जाता है और उसको उसी हिसाब से फील करता है। तो लेकिन इसमें एक टेक्निकल जो पार्ट में बताना चाहूंगा कि बड़े स्टोन में काम करना और उसको एक पत्थर को, मैंने जो नेशनल पुलिस मेमोरियल जो बनाए थे, यहाँ पर भी सुभाष बोस का जो स्टैचू एनजीएम में बना है, आपने देखे होगा उसको पत्थर को लाने के लिए स्पेशल व्हीकल डिजाइन करना पड़ता है। कम से कम 164 व्हील में एक व्हीकल डिजाइन होता है, जहां पर उसको ट्रांसपोर्ट करने के लिए आप तेलंगाना से पत्थर ला रहे हैं दिल्ली, काफी स्टेट को कवर करके आना पड़ता है और उसको हैंडल करना और उसको, देखिए हमारे पास आजकल टेक्नोलॉजी है तो उसको यूज करके प्रॉपर उसका साथ काम करना, उसको स्टैंड करना भी बहुत मुश्किल होता है, इतने बड़े पत्थर होता है। लेकिन जब आपको इजीली ये सारे सिस्टम, हमारे जो पूर्वज लोग थे, जो जिसको हम ट्रेडिशनल स्कल्पटर बोलते हैं, ये लोग सारी उसका बारे में माहिर थे। आप देखिए अजंता एलोरा जो बनाना तो भूल जाइए, जिसने इमेजिन किया, तो वे ऑफ इमेजिनियरिंग इतना वास्ट है, ये सारी चीज हमारे अंदर में थोड़ा भी कमी हो, हम इमेजिन नहीं कर पाते, हम छोटे छोटे चीज बना के कुछ करके वहीं पर संतुष्ट हो जाते हैं। लेकिन जब बड़े चीज का बात आता है, कभी ऐसे देखे होंगे हम मंदिर भी जब जाते हैं, सामने से एक गेट होगा, आप ऐसे देखते हैं ना, थोड़ा फिल्टर हो जाते हैं, फिर आगे जाते हैं सभा मंडप, नाट्य मंडप, वहां पर म्यूजिक, वहां पर थोड़ा भजन कीर्तन होता है, आपका शरीर फिल्टर हो जाता है। लास्ट में गर्भगृह होता है जहां पर आप इसको डायलॉग शुरू कर सकते। तो एक प्रोसेस में हम लेके, जो प्रोसेसिंग ही आर्ट है, वो जो बात बता रहा हूँ अभी, जो स्कल्पचर का बात बता रहा हूँ, वो प्रोसेस, हम वैष्णव देवी दर्शन करने के लिए जाते हैं, जिस प्रोसेस में जाते हैं वो प्रोसेस ही आर्ट है। क्योंकि आप तो ऐसे आप धीरे धीरे घूम घूम के जाएंगे उसका पास, आपका शरीर तैयार हो जाता है उससे डायलॉग करने की। तो एक आर्ट पीस पे जब स्कल्पचर का हम बनाते हैं तो उस तरीका हमको तैयार करना पड़ता है। आपको उड़ीसा में, क्या मैं उड़ीसा से हूँ इसलिए बता रहा हूँ, जगन्नाथ का रूप जब बनता है तो उस टाइम जो वहां पर जो बड़े पुरोहित होते हैं उनका ऊपर ड्रीम होता है, वो अलग अलग दिशा में मूव करते हैं और वहां पर पता होना चाहिए कौन सा पेड़ में वो स्कल्पचर बनेगा। तो वहां जाएंगे, वो सिंबल का बात करते हैं, शंख चक्र गदा पद्म चिन्ह होगा, सारी सिस्टम जो है, एक वे ऑफ इमेजिन करना कि उसमें ये रूप बन सकता, कि उसको हम तैयार कर सकते, एक जो रूप बनाना और उसका साथ जो तालमेल बैठाना। इसलिए मैं बार बार बताता हूँ, मीडियम नहीं रहता, ये बियॉन्ड मीडियम हो जाता है और उसका साथ इस तरह का रिलेशन होता है कि आप अलग नहीं लगते। तो ये सारी बात जब मैं एनजीएम में शुरू की, यहाँ पर जो हमारी जो ट्रेडिशनल आर्टिस्ट, जिसको हम धरोहर बोलते हैं, हजारों साल से वो लोग काम किए और उनका साथ हमारे जो कंटेम्परेरी आर्टिस्ट, हम यहाँ एक कला कुंभ बनाए थे जो कि करीब हजारों आर्टिस्ट साथ में काम किए थे। वहाँ हमारे जो इंडिजिनस आर्टिस्ट और जो कंटेम्परेरी आर्टिस्ट, हम कोशिश किए थे थोड़ा उनका अंदर प्यार हो। मेरा तो इच्छा उनको शादी भी कराना है, कि दोनों का जब तालमेल होता है हम बहुत आगे तक सोच सकते, बहुत बड़ी चीज बना सकते, बड़े सोचने का तरीका चेंज हो जाता। तो इसलिए हम जब एक आर्टिस्ट का साथ यहाँ पर स्पेशल हम शो डिजाइन करते हैं एनजीएम में। अभी नंदलाल बोस का शो चल रहा है। नंदलाल बोस गांधी जी जो बात बता रहे थे, गांधी जी का साथ नंदलाल बोस काम किए थे, तो नंदलाल बोस को गांधी जी बता रहे कि आपको झाड़ू लगाना आता है? झाड़ू लगाते हैं तो कर्व में लगाते हैं ना स्ट्रेट में लगाते हैं, पहले झाड़ के आगे लेते हैं ना बाद में झाड़ते हैं। ये छोटी छोटी बात कितना पावरफुल, एक एटमॉस्फेयर में इतना छोटी बात एक आर्टिस्ट से डायलॉग करना। और उस टाइम आप सोचिए विवेकानंद जी, श्री अरविंद, गुरुजी शांति निकेतन जो प्लान किए थे कि हम लोग हमारी चीज को कैसे रिवाइव कर सके, इसीलिए वो शांति निकेतन में सारी शुरुआत हुआ था। और उस टाइम काफी काम भी वो लोग किए थे। और नंदलाल बोस, अजंता एलोरा जा रहे हैं, भाग रहे हैं। और उस टाइम देखिए इंडिपेंडेंस पहले बंकिम चटर्जी वंदे मातरम लिख रहे हैं, नंदलाल बोस अवनींद्रनाथ टैगोर भारत माता का पेंटिंग बना रहे हैं। एक एटमॉस्फेयर क्रिएट करना आर्टिस्ट का बहुत जरूरी है। और जो एटमॉस्फेयर में आप बहुत कुछ देश के लिए सोच सकते हैं, जो देश का, मैं सोचता हूँ बड़े बड़े चीज आजकल होता है, पॉलिटिशियन होते हैं, ब्यूरोक्रेट होते हैं, वो तो देश को लीड करते हैं। लेकिन मेरे को लगता है आर्टिस्ट है ना, हजारों साल का बाद क्या होगा, सोसाइटी को लीड करता है, सोसाइटी को आर्टिस्ट ही लीड करता है। तो इसलिए जो कनेक्शन है हम एनजीए में यहाँ पर शुरू किए पब्लिक के लिए, वो कि जो बाहर में हम शो करते हैं, हम कोशिश करते हैं कि इस तरह का एटमॉस्फेयर हो। आप यहाँ पर अभी 9 ट्रेजर का शो चल रहा है, आप अगर देखेंगे उसमें आप फील कर सकते हैं। जब तक फील नहीं करते हैं तो मजा नहीं आता है। तो इसलिए हम काफी, मैं यहाँ 6 साल से हूँ और काफी उसका ऊपर हम काम कर रहे हैं। आप लोग कभी आएंगे अच्छा लगेगा। और मैं ज्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहता हूँ, और कुछ क्वेश्चन हो तो बात कर सकते।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Nayak ji.
जी जी।
आज मॉर्निंग से ही आई थिंक सो आपको काफी ट्रबल किया फॉर
कनेक्ट,
बट आई एम थैंकफुल टू यू दैट यू फाइनली ज्वाइंड एंड वी हैव हर्ड अ लॉट अबाउट यू एंड आई थिंक सो स्टूडेंट्स आर फॉर्चुनेट दैट दे हैव बीन एबल टू हियर समथिंग डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम योर हार्ट एंड जैसे आपने कहा कि एक एटमॉस्फेयर क्रिएट करना एक इम्पॉर्टेंट है, या जो आर्टिस्ट हैं वही सोसाइटी को लीड करते हैं। बहुत अच्छी और बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट चीजें बहुत ही आपने साधारण ढंग से कही, जो शो करती हैं कि आप कितने बड़े आर्टिस्ट हैं। सो आई वुड लाइक स्टूडेंट्स टू गिव अ बिग राउंड ऑफ क्लैप टू सच ए रिनोन्ड एंड एमिनेंट आर्टिस्ट। I'll personally invite you separately, but I thought I must take this opportunity to invite you to Amity University.
Sure.
I thought that in front of students, I should invite you. That, sir, I must inform you that we are offering the programs in painting, applied art, animation, visual communication, and offering the 4-year BFA, 2-year MFA program, and also in PhD program also. It will be our honor, and if you can take out some time from your busy schedule and come here and give a talk to students.
Sure, sir. I'll do it.
And thank you once again. Any questions, any quick question or anything from anybody, any student or faculty? Sapanji, anything? Quick, one question, quick. I just want to inform you that we do art exhibition and we do invite artists, senior members. And this is one of the attempts. I must tell you that this is the attempt to get the researchers, artists at one forum. Idea is this, that we should learn from each other, and students who are in the beginning of the career, they should get some time, whether today they got 15 minutes with you, but once they see your name and you are associated with such the great installations worldwide, so at least they will be able to say that, yes, we have been addressed by the Nayak. So that is something which is a key objective of these forums. Thank you once again. Swapan.
Thank you.
Nayak, good evening. I am Swapan Bhandari here.
Oh, good evening.
Very nice to see you here. And what sir requested, I think you should look forward for that. We will be very pleased to see you around us and communicate once more. And thank you for your very good inputs given based on your experience as an artist. And thank you very much, Nayak ji, and nice to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the question may be that in student life, in the level of studying, when the student in college, how much they should know a professional artist? That is my question.
It's a student life. हमको अभी भी याद है जब हम स्टूडेंट थे, मेरा टीचर ऐसे मेरे को बोल रहा था, अगर 100 स्केच नहीं होता है ना तो क्लास में मेरे को अटेंडेंस नहीं मिलता। जरूरी है आपको प्रैक्टिस, क्योंकि एक जब आप प्रैक्टिस करते हैं आपका माइंड, आपका हाथ, आपका सोचना एक हो जाता है। तो जब शुरू में हम साइकिल भी चलाते हैं ना, ऐसे होता है नहीं साइकिल उसका सामने कोई आता है ब्रेक में हाथ नहीं जाता, आप उसका ऊपर साइकिल चले जाता है, लेकिन जब प्रैक्टिस हो जाता है फिर अपना ब्रेक में हाथ चला जाता है। तो एक आर्टिस्ट का साथ काम करना और उसको समझने के लिए आपका ये प्रैक्टिस बहुत जरूरी है। जब आप कोई भी चीज आप कर रहे हैं, ड्राइंग बनाइए कि स्कल्पटिंग करिए, पेंटिंग बनाइए, कोई भी मीडियम में काम करिए, तो जितना आप प्रैक्टिस करेंगे इतना इसको आप फील कर सकते हैं। और एक एक लाइन का वैल्यू आपको पता होगा, कौन सा लाइफ लाइन है, कौन सा डेड लाइन है, तो आपको प्रैक्टिस से ही पता चल जाएगा। तो यहाँ पर भी हम एनजीएम में काफी कोशिश करते हैं, काफी स्टूडेंट आते हैं, एमईटी से भी स्टूडेंट आए थे, तो उनका साथ भी हम इंटरेक्ट करते हैं, वो सारी चीजें हम बताते हैं कि किस तरह का एक सीनियर आप अगर नंदलाल बोस का बारे में पता करना है तो देखिए उस टाइम में जो स्वाभिमान आर्टिस्ट का था कि हम विदेशी कलर यूज नहीं करेंगे, स्वदेशी चीज को लेके आगे, मतलब क्या स्वाभिमान है आर्टिस्ट का। और उसको समझने के लिए आपको उसी लेवल पे आना पड़ेगा और उनका प्रैक्टिस को देखना पड़ेगा। वो पेड़ के नीचे बैठ के क्लास लेते थे शांति निकेतन में, और वो नेचर, मतलब मैं शुरू से भी बता रहा हूँ, सबसे बड़ा टीचर होता है नेचर। हम लोग को झूठ मूठ बोल देंगे, लेकिन आप जब नेचर का साथ आते हैं ना, जैसे ऐसे कुछ स्टोरी है जो कि म्यूजिक का बारे में, कि तानसेन जी उनका बातचीत चल रहे हैं अकबर जी से कि उनको एक अच्छा आवाज मिला है जो तानसेन से भी बहुत पावरफुल है। तो उनका पास वो आए, बताए मैं देखना चाहता हूँ, सुनना भी चाहता हूँ। तो उनका पास आए तो बताए कि वहां पर जाके जो देखे है ना, रिवर, ट्री, जानवर सब एक है, एक स्तब्ध है। और वो पागल हो गए, बताए कि भाई आपको मैं पैलेस में रखा, आपके लिए सब कुछ सुविधा किया है और आपका आवाज वो पावरफुल नहीं है। तो एक एग्जाम्पल वहां पर दिए थे कि देखिए मैं जो बना रहा हूं आपके लिए बना रहा हूं, लेकिन ये जो बना रहे आपको जिसने बनाया उसके लिए बना रहे, और नेचर का साथ है, तो सारी चीजें वो रिसीव के। तो हम इसीलिए स्टूडेंट को ज्यादातर कोशिश करते हैं कि नेचर का साथ कनेक्ट करने के लिए, और उसका साथ जितना कनेक्ट करेगा उतना पावरफुल होगा। और इसलिए शायद शांति निकेतन बनाए थे। और आर्ट कॉलेज का इसलिए मैं बताता हूँ कि उसका एटमॉस्फेयर बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, किस तरह का एटमॉस्फेयर में आप पढ़ा रहे हैं, तो ये बहुत जरूरी है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. After these two heartfelt presentations by two great artists, we are going to start the technical session and the session with the paper presenters. For technical session 2, role of technology in art and design, I welcome the first paper presenter, Ms. Radhika Singh, freelancer designer from Germany, and the topic of her presentation is importance of visual communication in education. Over to you, Ms. Radhika.
Thank you very much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are, Radhika.
Okay. Okay, I'll just start with my screen sharing. So I'm here to talk about the importance of visual communication in education. Man has been making attempts to communicate visually since ancient times. We have examples of cave paintings. This is from France. This is from Spain. Also, many languages had a script with alphabets being used as symbols. These were called hieroglyphs. Here, the alphabets were actually similar to symbols or drawings. Today, we see visual communication all around us. We see diagrams, pictures, videos, animations. How vastly we're surrounded by visual communication. Take, for example, a mobile phone in your hand. Visual communication can be seen on your mobile screen, and it can be seen outside on the roads, on billboards, everywhere in the environment where there's advertising or something being told to you. So education earlier used to be in the form of words, where knowledge was transferred orally. Then came attempts at creating art, and then languages were developed. Today we have the power of using language, and still we use visuals in order to teach concepts. Why is that? Looking at this experiment by John Medina, who's a famous molecular biologist. Is my screen visible to everyone? I'm sorry, I heard some noise.
Yes, Aradhika, your screen is visible.
Okay, I'll continue. So John Medina realized that when we see a piece of plain text, after 3 days, we likely remember around 10% of it. But if we see a relevant visual, or we see a text accompanied by a relevant visual, we are likely able to remember around 65% of it. The reason why visual communication works can be seen by 3 aspects. The first is appeal. Imagine there's a child who's given a textbook full of text. It can be daunting for the child. But if the child is given a book with a beautiful illustration, the child will be more attracted to the book. The fear will go away, and there will be storytelling happening through the visual. So visuals are very catchy, they're attractive and appealing. When something is appealing to us, our interest is captured. And when we are explained something visually, then understanding that concept is easier. So visual communication really helps in comprehension or cognition. Lastly, when we are attracted to something, when we understand that thing, we are more likely to remember it. Therefore, visual communication helps greatly in retention or memorability of concepts. Probably that is the reason why data visualization is picking up today. If you're working in a company, for example, you will have data like this in front of you. Now you want to present a section or the key notings of this data to, say, a client or maybe your company leader. In any case, you will have a limited amount of time. Suppose this is the particular data you want to present. If you presented the data just like this, firstly, it can be time-taking to break down the meaning of this data for the viewer. Secondly, it will not be so easy for the person to remember this data once they leave the screen. Alternatively, if they used something like this, a piece of visual communication, we would instantly be able to see that Elizabethtown sellers sold the maximum amount and Rocklands sold the minimum amount by the usage of color and also size. So visuals can be easily understood in comparison to plain text. Now, that does not mean that text is not important. It only means that adding visuals in the form of pictures, static, or videos and animations makes understanding much more concrete. So that is the reason why today, when we see a boom in edtech companies and online learning platforms, we realize that they are using visual communication extensively, be it TED Ed, be it ICIVA'22 in India, be it Study Smarter, Udemy, or Duolingo, which is a language learning app. They're all using visuals. Another interesting power of visual communication is that it can transcend barriers, such as the barriers of language age, culture, gender. If we had this visual before us, I'm sure no matter what language we speak, what background we come from, we can clearly understand the meanings of these visuals. Suppose I go to a new country. I would be able to understand the traffic signals there, the traffic signs. I will be able to understand the safety precautions to be used there because of the help of visuals without any words at all. So it's like a universal language. I want to talk a little bit about the sign language too. Sign language is again a visual form of communicating. And I was just wondering how it would be if we could actually use the sign language and we taught that sign language to everyone all over the world. I think it would solve a lot of communication problems. If I traveled to a new country where everyone knew sign language and I knew it too, it could actually help in communicating without words. And sign language could actually become like a second universal language. Not to mention, of course, its usefulness for specially abled people. So this is an interesting example of
Excuse me,
Bala.
Radhika.
Yes.
I request you to please wind up in a minute or so.
Okay.
Is it conclusion? Yeah.
Right. So this is Bala. It's an initiative implemented in Indian schools where building is used as a learning aid. Here we see walls are used extensively with visuals. This is very interesting because it's a door that has angles marked. So a child, while opening and closing the door, is constantly looking at angles on the floor. And therefore, the concept is really registered in his mind. Similarly, in this visual, we see visuals coming out of the art room. Just like Jatin Das sir had said, art should not just be in the art department, but overall in the school. That's what's happening here. And then in German schools, the approach is very hands-on. So students are encouraged to experiment, to touch things with their hands and understand technologies such as VR, which is virtual reality, is being used for teaching in German schools, and also robots are being used. This is Yuki from the Philips Academy in Marburg, Germany, and they're using Yuki with his visual communication techniques to teach. Lastly, I would just like to say that along with its great role in education, visual communication can also be used to make society a better place. If we had interesting dustbins, for example, just like the one shown in the picture, children feel attracted towards the dustbin and feel encouraged to segregate their waste and use the dustbin. Similarly, in this example from Bala again in India. So overall, I think visual communication has great potential to be used in education, and I hope we use visual communication extensively, we find new ways and make education interesting for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika, for such an interesting comparative study. We really look forward to your paper and read more about it. I would like to invite Mr. Deepak Kumar Singh. Mr. Deepak Kumar Singh from UIFA Chandigarh University, and the title of his paper is Creating a Virtual Environment, How LED Virtual Production Will Change Filmmaking Forever. Mr. Deepak, over to you.
Is my screen visible, sir? Visible?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
It is, but not the full screen. Maybe you can use the...
Okay, now?
Yes, now it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, very good afternoon to everyone, the dignitaries, the faculty, and my fellow presenter. First of all, I would like to thank you for the MIT University for giving us a platform to present our idea and show our paper. So my topic is creating a virtual environment and how LED virtual production will change the filmmaking forever. As you can see in the background, that is what the virtual LED virtual production. Let's start with a very small introduction about the LED virtual production. Basically, it's a combination of physical and digital media that integrates CGI and visual effects. As you can see, there's a rider in the front foreground and images in the background. And after the combination, it produces a single footage. And basically, the point of using the virtual production so far has been that it's a digital process that enables you to shoot, to make films, make ads in the comfort of your AC homes without going to the wild. It's not a very new term. It can be tracked to the vintage movie. It's the first example of the history of the virtual production is the real projection. In this method, the pre-film distance footage, which you already pre-filmed, is projected into a screen from the behind of a screen. You can find the example in a very vintage movie where you can see the driver driving a vehicle and you can see a projector screen behind. So all the background and everything is moving. A very similar approach has been done in the front projection, but instead of using the entire screen, we use just a simple part or a very small part to show our background movie. Now let's come to the green screen. Green screen is, I think, the most used virtual production techniques, and it's also getting used till now. I think you all must have know about the green screen and blue screen they use. So what we do here, is that we shoot with our actors in the green screen room in the green screen facility, and after the shooting has been done, we key out these chroma in the post-production part and replace it with a CGI element. It can be the matte painting. Matte painting is basically the composition of multiple images to create a fake CGI environment. So it is the most used technique till now. And now let's talk about the most important part, that is LED virtual production. So far, it has been a revolutionary. It started back in 2021, I think. It started back in 2020. So it's a very new method of LED virtual production. Filmmaker now create an extensive environment without stepping out of their room, without spending a lot of money. As you can see in the image, there's a physical set in the foreground, as you can see, and the mountains in the background. So what is happening here is they are using the Unreal Engine 4, which is from Epic Games, that has been used just for the games right now. You must have heard about the Fortnite. They are using their Unreal Engine. So it's a free, you can go and use it now. So what is happening here is that you can create an environment, you can create character and change it in the real time. When talking about the real time, you can change the weather, you can change the scene, you can change the shadow, you can change the topology, you can change the environment and everything. In the real time, you can change it right now. Now, what is happening here is that before LED virtual production, actors were relied on their imagination to shoot the movie like they are thinking. They're standing on a mountain. Now they don't need to do that. One of the best thing of using LED virtual production is the lighting. As you can see, the room that has been light up is using the pink color, the blue color that is coming from the LED panel. Now the lighting is very correct before the comparison, in comparison of using the green screen, where the artist was solely based on his imagination, was doing the color grading and everything. Now coming to the benefits of LED virtual production. First of all, increased flexibility. Of course, you don't need to build the entire sets and just scrap them if you don't like. You can easily modify it and easily change the set. Yeah, and the second point is cost saving. Of course, you don't need to set the construction. You don't need to hire the much worker. You don't need to go for the exterior shoot. You can do in the comfort of your AC room. Third one is time saving. That is the most essential part of using the LED virtual production. You don't need to prepare the location. You just need to have a single environment created and you can start shooting as quickly as possible. You have your actors ready, bring them to set and start shooting. Safety again, as you have seen in the past with the bigger movies like Avatar, Resident Evil or anything, there always you can find some accident happening. So talking about safety measure, there are less people on the set, less environment friendly construction thing, less objects and less machinery, so there are less accident happening. So it's a very safe process. Then the most important point I think is the maintain accurate dimensions. Before LED virtual production, we used to have the green screen and the artist that is working in the post production. Suppose if a camera is moving forward, now that artist is imagining if a camera is moving forward, how proportionate the background will be in comparison to that actor. Now we can integrate that camera directly to the Unreal Engine 4 And when we move the camera, the background start getting bigger or smaller with regards to the camera movement. So it's a very innovative and new approach. One of the best examples you can find of the LED virtual production is, if you haven't watched it yet, go watch Mandalorian. It's by Disney. And Matt Reeves' Batman, Robert Pattinson. So I would urge the students, the faculty members, and whoever haven't watched this Mandalorian and Batman. If you're not a fan of superhero, doesn't matter. Go watch them. It's a masterpiece when thinking about lighting and cinematography. Every light that you see in the movie is coming from an LED panel. It's not done in post production. It's not done in anything. It's coming from an LED panel. Go watch that documentary. Go watch that movie. It's an masterpiece. Now concluding, as I can fit entire paper into these slides, but coming to the most important points, the conclusion brings us to that it's a technology. We don't have much shows like, but it's a very new phenomena. But it's a very new phenomena, but a fast growing one. So it's also brings a tool for video marketers. It's not just bound to the television. It's not just bound to the filmmaking. I think it will go beyond the filmmaking. You can use it into TV commercials, social media ads, branding, and anything. And the notion that you have that every actor turned out to say that we can't make Mahabharat. It's out of scope. It's beyond our imagination. I think with this technology, yes, you can. You don't need to build an entire set. You can use LED panel. I think the future is very close. That we can make larger than life movies that weren't possible till now. So, looking into the future and the growth, I think it will play a very important and essential role in filmmaking. With that closing argument, I would like to thank you again. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak, for a crisp presentation, and we'll be looking forward to reading your paper for more. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Kevin Messi, a freelance artist, and Kevin's paper deals with facing challenges in painting different surfaces. So over to you, Mr. Kevin.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kevin, you're audible.
Yeah, I'll just share my screen. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So my paper is about, it is about challenges that are faced for a painter if a painter decides to paint on different surfaces like cement or a brick wall or metal or wood, and apart from a canvas, from the traditional mediums. So there are certain defects that a painter faces, and I since the last year I have been facing some of these, and I would like to introduce some specific ones to all of you, especially for students who are listening. And if you are finding these type of defects on your canvas, then I think you should see to it, because these defects we actually do not want as painters. So these are some common defects that we all face. The first one is blistering. In Hindi we call it papdi. It happens because of the moisture and seepage on the walls. These are common ones. Fading happens after the paint gets just because of the UV light of the sun, it fades. Flaking happens, it's similar to blistering, and we don't want this. These are some common defects that we are familiar with. A run, when our paint is very, very thin, a run happens. And it happens on a vertical surface, not on a flat surface. A wrinkle happens on a flat surface. The paint wrinkles like the wrinkles on the skin. Now, these are the main paint defects that I wanted painters to know. The first one is pinhole. So I don't think anybody might have heard about a paint defect called as a pinhole. So a pinhole is it's a very, very innocent thing. It's just a air bubble trapped on the surface of the paint as the paint starts to dry. And the paint dries, it cures, and it leaves a crater. So this is a defect. The second one is fish eye. Fish eye, it looks like a fish eye, and it happens because of the grease from our hands. If we are painting even on a canvas, it mainly happens on metal surfaces. So the paint, it doesn't get stuck on the greasy surface. So decreasing the surface that which we are painting, we can avoid it. We can avoid fisheye through that. The fourth one is orange peel, and orange peel is the one on the left that you can see. It is also known as a factory finish, and I believe every vehicle has this because it is because your vehicle is painted straight out of a factory, mass production, and it looks like an orange peel because it has the same texture of the orange peel. On the right, you can see a pigtail. It has a spring type of texture. So this defect happens after the painting and after all the steps of painting are done. It happens when the surface is being polished and a tiny dust particle gets trapped between your machine, and it creates a swirl. So that's why we have this swirly effect. And you can read more about these defects and how to avoid them, and how to first of all identify them on your vehicle, because that's where you will find these 4 uncommon paint defects. So I think I should leave it at this only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin. Very interesting presentation. So next we move on to Mr. Rishi Pandey from BIT BITS Mesra. Mr. Rishi Pandey's paper deals with challenges faced by the advertising world in the digital era. Over to you, Mr. Rishi.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you. And hello all. Good afternoon. Let me share my presentation. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, Mr. Rishi, it's visible.
Okay.
Yes, it's on screen now.
Yeah. So my today's topic is challenges facing by the advertising world in digital era. In this topic, I will cover the 2 things. First is I will analyze the opportunities in digital marketing in the business growth. And the second point which I will going to cover is exploring the challenges in digital marketing facing the advertising world. So before beginning, first I would like to give you a brief introduction about digital marketing. Digital marketing is simple. In simple words, if we would like to know about digital marketing, it is just a marketing of products and services using digital platforms like social medias, websites, and email, etc. Presently, digital marketing is going through a transitional period, and advertising industry is facing many challenges. And traditional models of advertising like newspapers, like TV, billboards, etc., are no longer they are not so much effective as they were in the old days. And modern digital platforms creating a throat cut competition for all kinds of businesses. So first, I would like to cover the opportunities with digital marketing. With digital marketing, businesses are getting bigger, and global reach is the businesses get a global reach in a very small time. And the second is the cost effectiveness. This means as they just charge a very less fees, or even there are so many platforms which are absolutely free, and we can digitalize our products and services worldwide. So through these modern means, we can now check the number of visits, how much visitors we are getting on our platforms like websites and web pages. Page views, we can count the page views, click, conversation rate, etc. We can now easily adjust the budgets and resources according to the successful campaign. If it is a successful campaign, we can increase the budget, and if it is not a successful, then we can stop the budget for further. And the third point, as an opportunity, we can count the control which we will get through these mediums. We can upgrade our content, like any videos or any text content. We can there is a full freedom to delete or upgrade your contents. Now there are some more opportunities, and this is the one of the most important opportunity, a very powerful option of multiplier effects, through which existing users of our campaign can share them with their groups. As we all know that whenever we see anything good, it can be a product, services, or anything else, we would like to share it with our friends. In the similar way, this is the multiplier effect. The client itself do digital promotions for us. So this is the one of the important key opportunities. Next is, now with the help of digital marketing option, we can engage our customers for 24/7 with various options like ads, blog, newsletters, webinars, videos, etc. We can also target our precise customers by their age, gender, areas, etc. Now, these are the challenges which nowadays AdWorld is facing. Industry is facing the lack of skilled talent who have experts in this field. Due to rapid changes in online world, it is difficult to make strategies, and with the strategies only you can make your business successful. Users of digital marketing have to face a global conflicts, and there is a huge competitions are arising in this field due to digital marketings and such modern techniques. And it seems attractive. Digital marketing, it always seems attractive, but it requires a lot of hard work for success. This is one of the most important challenges, that is the negative feedback or criticism given by your clients or customers. There are various platforms who can provide the feedback options, and if a client is putting a negative feedback, then it will definitely degrade the image of a business. So due to the abundance of contents for customers also, it is very difficult to keep customers at one place. There are various risks of cyber attacks in one of the, and this is also one of the biggest challenges, as there are many types. Yes, ma'am.
Please
ma'am,
continue.
almost, yeah, ma'am. I'm just concluding it. And so this is my final conclusions, that due to all this, even the client is got confused, and this is due to the excess of everything in as we say that excess of everything is bad, like contents, ad, blog, etc. It can be create customers confused. So this is the overall conclusions of this, and thank you all for your precious time. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Rishi, for adhering to the time and for your great presentation. Next, I'll be inviting Mr. Varun Sahai, my faculty colleague and the team member in ICIVA'22, to share his paper. The title of the paper is Nurturing the Roots of the Animation, VFX Comics and Gaming AVCG Sector in India. Paper has been written under the guidance of our dear Dr. Pradeep Joshi, sir, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, sir. Thank you.
good evening, one and all. I'm Varun Sahai, and I'm making a presentation on nurturing the roots of animation, VFX, comics, and gaming sector. That is the AVCG sector, which has been recently formulated under my PhD guide, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi. In the recent past, animation, visual effects, comics, and gaming, popularly known as AVCG sector, witnessed a steep rise, and pandemic was the time when majorly all this thing was happening. In the budget of 2022, it has been announced that formation of AVCG task force. There are many OTT platforms which are coming for animation sector. I have just quickly segregated all these sectors of AVCG, that is animation, video game, VFX, and comics, and what is the scope of them in India as of now, and what are the scopes for further strengthening these contents. And also to find the right set of talents, there's a recent add-on to it, that is Media and Entertainment Skill Council, that is MESC, has recently launched MeCAT examination. That will be applicable for the upcoming batches, or even for all the design students for the other MBA have as a CAT examination. There will be a MeCAT examination, which should be recently have already been launched. Now, AVCG is the research paper is basically talking about to analyze the gaps and highlights the areas where the focus is required to create contents for Indian audiences, which is more regional, local, country specific, and not to rely much upon the Western animation, Western characters, which we are currently watching on animation series and other aspects. Indian animation industry has witnessed steady growth. It has not much moved from 1957. The major part which we are taking up is outsourcing content, which we are developing here and we are creating for outside world. Throughout the world, comic characters have been majorly contribution in animation, but India, it has slow growth. There were characters which were formulated by Anupam Sinha, Raj Comics, multiple done by late Mr. Dheeraj Verma, which were talking about even the Marvel series, which was done in India. There were other characters like Chacha Chaudhary, Pinky Billu Raman. There were the comics which were done earlier, but now the Raj Comics is not even producing those. Visual effects industry is majorly getting a steep rise, and the key areas which have witnessed is the South cinemas, the Indian cinemas, which alone movie like Bahubali has established 34 studios in India, which talks about the growth of VFX industry in India. Life of a Pi was done in India and at Bangalore, and that studio also won the Oscar. That was an Oscar-winning movie. So VFX is the part which we are definitely leading, and we are contributing much even to the Western audiences. This is the growth I've showcased here for animation and VFX, which is almost grew in 57% in 2021 itself. That was the time of pandemic. If I talk about comics internationally, it has been seen that there have been a trend where all the comics have been converted, those characters have been converted to animation, which are, if you talk about Marvels, you see Superman, all those Batman series which were converted from comics to animation. But here there's a lag, which I have observed, where those characters have never been, or even if they have been converted, this is a draft which I have made where all I have taken the top most comics of the world. And when they were produced, when they were converted to animation series, and basically if you talk about the bottom part of it, right from serial number 11, majorly those have never been converted to animation, or if even they started with the animation part, they were discontinued after that. Some images of those presentations. Now these comic books are used both in education sectors, for entertainment industry. Illustration in the comics explain the concepts easily. Even for the visually impaired people, there are comics which have been launched and they can easily read those. This is the Asia Pacific comic market size from 2017 to 2028. The source is taken, and it is talking about $1 billion, which is seeing a steep growth in all the sectors. But again, which I'm talking about the Indian sector, there are not much aspects which are being worked upon, and there there's a much scope where we can work upon creating the comics and creating those contents which are more indigenous. Gaming sector is also seeing a steep rise because of the mobile market, and there is a sector which is very specific, that is mobile gaming. PC gaming is contributing only to 9% and 4% other console gaming. So mobile market gaming is some of the most contributors to that industry. And if you talk about NASCOM reports, 628 million users by 2020, especially situations like lockdowns have created such things. The most grossing games were Indian games, which was talking about Ludo King International, Fiesta, Teen Patti, WWE, Ludo Star. All those were the top grossing gaming sectors, which have shown really well during the time of pandemic. Now, the conclusion talks about Indian animation industry has a long way to go, right from investment into technology to focus upon the characters which are inspired from local folk tales, regional acts, which can be biggest inspiration. Work from home due to lockdown, lesser work than entertainment, and animation industry has again impacted Indian animation. Studios with lesser projects, manpower are on the edge of shutdowns. Animation studios touching upon OTT platforms could be a safeguard to the drowning industry of Indian animation, and this could really boost industry. Studios like Green Gold creating Mighty Little Beam or Netflix Male working on Salman Khan animated characters of the Bang could lead to new horizons of the pandemic hit animation industry. On the other hand, gaming industry has a long leap taken already in this sector, and it's already touched upon the contents. So that was it for my presentation part. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Varun Sahai, for an interesting presentation. And with that, we have come to the end of the technical session 2, role of technology of art and design. We'll be starting with technical session 3, art education and practice in contemporary times. And we'll be starting with our paper presenters. May I call upon Ms. Aprajita Sharma. Ms. Aprajita Sharma is from the National Museum Institute, and her paper talks about the history of gender disguise, focus on modern day performance of drag. Over to you, Ms. Aprajita.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just quickly share my screen. Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, just 1 second.
Yeah, you may use the slideshow mode.
Yeah. Okay. So today I will be presenting on the history of gender disguise with the focus on modern day performance art of drag. First, I'll quickly give an introduction to cross-dressing, which is also gender disguise. I am going to call it cross-dressing to make it a little more clear. So the phenomenon gender disguise is a fairly commonly occurring phenomenon throughout the history, and it generally related to the concept of the members of a particular gender dressing up as the gender of their choice. Earlier, it was seen in the European period that on stage, especially during the Shakespearean era, a lot of actors, because of the church's influence. Hello.
Yes, you are audible, Ms. Aprajita.
Okay. Because of the church's influence, many women were not allowed to participate on stage, and hence many men would dress up as women and present themselves on the stage. But this was not the only use of cross-dressing during that time. Many a times under attack, women would also go ahead and dress as men to escape and protect themselves. One such story is of Dorothy Lawrence. She was an English woman who wanted to be an investigative journalist and wanted to work as a war correspondent. She had tried to approach many British newspapers which were functioning in the France, but they all rejected her due to her gender. She then decided to disguise herself as a man under the name Denny Smith and joined the British Army. She was merely 18 years old when she bicycled her way to the front lines on the Western Front, and she worked on the site for 10 days, after which she surrendered herself after realizing the danger that she had put herself in. There's also a book, that an autobiography, which was published in 1919 by the name Sapper Dorothy Lawrence, the only English woman soldier. In China also, much like the European society, it was seen that because of the restrictions women faced in the society, many men would dress up as women, which was commonly known as kindan or nandan, and they would perform the female roles. But later on, with the end of the Qing dynasty, it was also seen that, it was seen that women also started dressing up as a men and started taking part in the theater. In India as well, we see that in the movie Raja Harish Chandra, which was a silent film directed and produced by Dadasaheb Phalke, the occurrence of the phenomenon of cross-dressing was seen, and many women came to audition for the movie until they realized that they cannot take a woman, and hired a man named Krishna Hari, who played the role of Anna Salunke. But this was not the first time in the society. Before this, even in Pahari paintings, Radha and Krishna were seen cross-dressing in each other's clothes, which you can see here. Now I will give a basic introduction to the art of drag. In the 21st century, it is one of the most popular examples of a widespread phenomenon of gender disguise or cross-dressing, which has now come to be known as drag. The art of drag does not define the centuries-old practice of cross-dressing or gender disguise, but rather is a contemporary practice drawing influence from the history. Drag is a gender-bending art form in which the performer makes use of dresses and makeup to adorn and exaggerate the gender of their choice, and most commonly the opposite gender. The main purpose of drag is performance and entertainment. The origin of the term drag was also derived from the Shakespearean theatre, as the dresses that they wore during the European era were so heavy and were so long that they would drag along the floor as they would enact or walk. During the Victorian era, men would dress up in voluminous gowns for the theatre, and these would drag on the floor, obviously. The exaggerated clothing layers arranged these gowns gave drag its identity of exaggeration as well. In drag, there are the concepts of drag queens and drag kings, but the former has gained more popularity than the latter. The first person to refer to himself as a drag queen or the queen was William Dorsey Swan, and he was referred to as the queen by his friends because he was the first person who would organize balls where men would dress up as women and take part in various dance competitions. This also was brought under a lot of controversy as in the Washington DC. Kim Chi is present day drag queen. And Kim Chi is the name adorned by Sang Young Shin, who was born in the United States on August 8, 1987, and he lived in South Korea. Sang Young Shin is an American Korean drag queen, an artist, and an entrepreneur. He studied graphic design in college and then worked as an art director. He further on decided to explore the fields of sculpture, fashion, design, and painting. In 2012, Shin began performing in the performance art of drag in Chicago. Kim Chi was now considered to be a live anime character and is a pre-natural, and the character is shown to have a pre-natural understanding of style and art. Kim has larger than life looks which incorporate the areas of fashion, art, and drag in her performances. And We can also see her performances in RuPaul's Drag Race. Kimchi has recreated some of Picasso's paintings. Like one of the paintings is of Dora Maar. Kimchi, by imitating these paintings, brings out the hidden emotions of drag, as we can see in this painting. Kimchi tries to correlate the style seen in drag, which influences the drag artist Kimchi to recreate it in the performance arts. Another painting that Kimchi recreated is Portrait of Francois, and has shown the sensuality of the sketch that Picasso had created of his long love. And through this, she has also tried to show that the performance art of drag can be so strong and bold at the same time, and but it can be soft, much like the paintings of Picasso. In conclusion, I would only like to say that gender disguise or cross dressing is not a new phenomenon which we see nowadays, but it is a long phenomenon which goes back in our history. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aparajita. Very interesting presentation. So moving on to the next presentation, we invite Ms. Atufa Reyes.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Atufa Reyes from Amity University. Our paper deals with an introduction to eco-art therapies, remedial art for mental health sufferers and ecosystem. Over to you, Ms. Atufa.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My screen is visible?
Not yet.
Okay. Just hold on.
You please open your presentation first and then share your screen.
I'm doing it. Just a second, ma'am.
We can share it. Yes, Ms. Atufa, we can share it on your behalf. Please stop sharing. I think there's been a technical glitch. We can probably start with the next speaker. So with your permission, start with the next speaker. So the next speaker for the day is Ms. Rachita Vason, Amity International School. And a paper, Ms. Rachita. Miss Rachita, are you there? Atufa is back.
Yes, hello everyone. There was a problem with the tool, so I'm just sharing it again.
We can share it on your behalf, Mr. Atufa, if you're having problem sharing it.
Oh no, it's okay. Actually, there was a problem. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
It's visible on the full screen mode.
Yes, you can just start the slide. Yes, it's fine.
Okay, so our presentation is on an introduction to eco-art therapies, a remedial art for mental health sufferers and ecosystem. Let me come to the introductory point. So what is ecological art therapy? Any kind of techniques that we are using as a media in an art practice, which is simultaneously dealing with the physical and psychological concerns of a human body, concerned as ecological art therapy. So now this is pretty old technique, and we all know that this is followed since prehistorical era. As you can see, the cave paintings, the stone sculptures, stone temples, that is that can be taken as a part of it. The problem identification, let's come to. So see, majorly, if you see these days, we are carrying the digital tools and the new media practices. We are excessively using all these techniques, and due to this, it's creating a long gap between an environment and a human. A human and an environment. So this is somewhat, when it comes to the future point, it can increase more. So just because of this, we have taken this topic, and hopefully it will give a new approach to the readers, and also to the ones who will apply this in future. Okay, so let's move to the background of the study. So this came to existence in the visual art culture in 1960s, when people realized that there is a value of environment as well within with the work they are creating. So the background goes to 1960, and at that era, they have given a movement name, that is Green Art Movement, in which they have taken environment as a base or as a media for their work. This is the work of the famous artist Joseph Beuys, who has planted 7,000 oak trees with his team members, and this was done just after the World War, just to motivate people to a good environment, and just to develop a kind of mood which can give a psychotherapy while roaming around, while like hanging out at the place. So these are the same visuals, how they have documented their ideas and how they have executed it. Let's move to the hypothesis that we have created. So this is there are 4-5 hypotheses we have created. The main was that how art is treating as a remedy for mental health sufferers as well as for the environment, and was like how we have taken that forward with the methodological process. We have taken interviews and surveys for that. So surveys were in the surveys we have given a kind of questionnaire. In that, 10 questions were asked, and most of the results were in favor of the hypothetical data that we have mentioned here. Our key findings is like there are two major artists that we have taken in consideration. One is Maqsood Ali Mondal, and other is Vishwanath Maladi Devangare. Let's move to the work of the artist. So here is the artist who is working on the same strategies. Let me come to the work that is displayed on the screen. Here he has installed the walls, the curved walls, which he has made from the wood dust, plus some synthetic materials also there, like a polythene, if you can see on the screen. So this is somewhat created just to grow fungus on the walls and to interact the human bodies through the microorganisms. So here, if you can see, there's a like how they appears, how the body appears, but without if we are looking at the figures and we are not able to see it, how it appears while photographing it through the microscopic lens. So it's seen on the screen. So how you are developing a sense of vision while just looking at the visual and while just looking to the original figure that's in front of you. Also, this material that is there outside the wall is the polythene. It's wrapped around the wall just to have a moisture within the wall so that the fungus can grow out.
Ms. Atika, kindly request you to conclude in 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm just doing it just now. Okay, so it's also giving us a sense of smell, and when we are smelling the four walls and then we are observing it and then we are looking towards the visual, it's totally different. So how our connection builds through olfactory receptors, it's how it goes. So let's move to the second slide. This is the other artist, Vishwanath sir. So here he's working on upcycling waste. So this is, if you can see, these are the e-waste. E-waste, what he has used, the electronic waste he has used in a form of a new art form, and how his work is giving environment a good good ambience to the environment. How more you can grow this approaches, like whatever the objects you're using in the daily accessories, like whatever the digital tools you're using, maybe you can have a without recycling it, you can upcycle it for the future. Like you can save environment through that. So similarly, this goes for that. This is another one. I have shared a table. This is a very sorted table that I've created. If you can go through it for the same approach. Okay, this is how we are dealing with the functional and therapeutic approach in our paper. So how this is the conclusion I wanted to come on, like how equine therapies are acting as a source of functionality in visual art culture. Also, there is a suggestion that how we can how we can enroll this activity just to make art more functional as other subjects, as other streams, so that it can also grow more in our culture of fine arts. That's what the intention of the paper is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tufa. Next, I will call upon Ms. Rachita Vasan.
Thank you. I'll be sharing my screen.
Yes, our paper is about modern day application of ancient aesthetics.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible, Rachita. You can just probably just...
yeah, thank you. Yes.
Put it on the screen share mode. Sorry, full screen mode.
Yes. As ma'am said, my topic is modern day application of Indian aesthetics. It is a fact that the world around us is changing and evolving, but this change
to new doesn't have to replace the old one. Sometimes the old and new can go hand in hand. Some same ways, the ancient aesthetics that we read, learn, and apply to art forms like painting, sculptures, and various performing arts can go hand in hand with the latest art forms like animation. For the presentation, I will focus on explaining the analysis of one animated movie, The Boss Baby, by finding and relating scenes and instances to the theories of Indian aesthetics. The various aspects of aesthetics that will be used for analysis have been mentioned and will go through one by one. I am hoping that everybody has watched the movie by now. It's been too old. The first aspect we are looking at is the way of acting. There are two ways of acting, Lok Dharmi and Natya Dharmi, wherein the former is natural and real way of acting and the latter is a stylized manner of acting. Although the movie is a combination of both, but majorly we can see the examples from the scene where Natya Dharmi way of acting has been majorly used because of the exaggeration principle of animation. The second aspect we are looking at is Chaturvidya Abhinay, the four tools of acting, namely Angika, Vachika, Aharya, and Sattvika, wherein the name suggests they mean use of limbs or ang, use of speech or vachan, use of attire, costume, and ornaments, and use of imagination and creative thinking process originating in the mind, respectively. Here we can see instances where stylized use of ang or limbs by Ted Templeton is used while introducing the baby to the family. Use of speech or vachika by the baby to communicate his orders. The baby changes clothes from those of a newborn to business suit as per the situation, representing Aharya, tool of acting. His attire very well expresses his adult-like manager behavior in the starting of the movie, and his clothes change when he returns to the family at the end as a normal child. The Sattvic tool of acting is very well expressed in the starting of the movie, where Tim thinks of himself as a superhero who saves his parents, and similarly in the climax scene, when he, along with Baby, wants to defeat the CEO of Papico, they imagine themselves as pirates. The third aspect, Bhav and Rasa, has been expressed by the movie. Since it is a comedy movie, the main bhav transmitted to the viewer is of laughter and hence gives rise to hasya ras. Different scenes in the movie transmit other rasas as well, like the first scene displaying Shringhar ras through the love of the family, Karuna ras when Tim is sobbing because he fails to stop his parents from going to Las Vegas to attend the pet convention. Another rasa transmitted is Veer Ras by Tim and the boss baby at various instances, like in reaching the airport by dodging the nanny planted by the CEO, rescuing their parents, busting the CEO, and stopping the transport of forever puppy to the world. The fourth aspect discusses the 8 qualities of a good artwork as per Chitra Sutra of Vishnu Dharmottar Puran, some of which are in common with the 6 limbs of painting or Shadang, which is the 5th aspect we will be discussing. These 8 qualities include proper position on sthan, which means proper or correct postures of figures at rest and in motion. For example, figures at rest have Sambhang, Abhang, Tribhang, and Atibhang poses, whereas figures in motion have 9 different poses. These poses were drawn using increasing or decreasing foreshortening known as Shevriddhi. Other qualities are Praman, that is ideal proportions, Bhulam, that is appropriate background which enhances interest in figures and story, Madhurya or gracefulness, Vibhaktata or articulation skills, and Sadrishya meaning resemblance. In this scene, we see the boss baby in Samanta pose, Stacy in Sachikrita Sharira pose, Jimbo in Ardhavilochan pose, and the triplets in Rijvakta pose. Proportion has been maintained naturally and in comparison to each other. Bhulam or backgrounds are appropriate, be it the real world or Tim's imagination. Wonderful example is the pet convention in Las Vegas, which depicts a hall with all types of pet conventions going on. Since it is a 3D movie, Shreya Vridhi, has creeped in by itself. Next we are Rupa Bheda Pramanani Bhav Lavanya Yojanam Sadrishyam Varnika Bhangam Iti Chitram Shadankakam. These 6 elements make the 6 limbs of painting. As per Shadang, we have already discussed Praman, Bhav, Lavanya or gracefulness, which can be seen in the characters. Sadrishyam has also been mentioned, which can be seen time to time when Tim is in his imaginative world. The elements are stylized, whereas back in normality, elements and backgrounds are depicted realistically. Every character has its own distinctive identity. Leaving to discuss Roop, sentient or insentient forms have been very well depicted. There are three types of sentient people: Uttam Purush, Madhyam Purush, and Adham Purush. The villain of the movie, CEO of Papico, has been depicted shorter in height and with a cruel face as compared to Tim's parents.
Excuse me, Rachita.
Yes, ma'am, just finishing.
You could just conclude in a minute.
Yes, ma'am. But in appropriate proportion of height in comparison to the kids, he has been depicted as Adham Purush. Varnika Bhangam is the use of vibrant colors, which we can see all over the movie, which shows a good knowledge of colors. Vishnu Dharmotar Puran also talks about different types of hair and eyes. The type of hair Tim and his dad has is towards the right. So we can put it into the Dakshin Vartaha type of hair, and Janice has Jata Juta Sara type of hair because of her bun and matted hair. All the characters have big wide eyes, whereas the CEO has small eyes but are in the shape of a kaveri shell or shank, and hence are Shankh-kriti kind of eyes. According to Bharat Muni, the concepts of Alankar are applied to literature can be applied to paintings and drama as well, but we can apply it here also. In the first image, we can see Atishayokti Alankar, which is exaggeration. In the second image, we can see Anupras Alankar, where the scene has been created by repeating sets of office desks at Baby Court. And in the third image, we have Shlesh Alankar, which means if a word appears again and again with multiple meanings. In this movie, it can be traced to the boss baby, who acts like a baby in front of his parents and boss in front of Tim and Baby Corp. The last aspect is Dhwani, which is the implicit or hidden meaning that tries to echo to the viewer from an artwork. The hidden meaning in the first instance is where he says, it was just the 3 of us, the Templetons. 3 is the perfect number. Interesting fact, did you know? Triangle is the strongest shape in nature. The hidden meaning he actually conveys is that we 3 are enough. We do not need any addition to the family. And at the end of the movie, when Tim writes a letter to Boss Baby and says, if there isn't enough love for the 2 of us, then I want to give you all of mine, and sends a carton full of beads. He indirectly conveys that he wants Boss Baby to come back forever. Very quickly to conclude, I would like to say that the analysis successfully proves that Indian aesthetics that were actually made for ancient art forms or performing arts can be successfully applied to newer art forms like animation, and that also makes aesthetics a versatile field. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachita. It's an interesting presentation. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Tayyab Hussain from Aligarh Muslim University.
Yes, hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Tayyab Hussain, and I'm going to present. Yeah, am I audible to all of you?
You are audible, but you're not visible, Mr. Tayyab Hussain. Can you please switch on your camera?
Yes. Actually, I was unable to put the backdrop. That's why I just switched off the camera. But still, I can just on it.
No, that's not a problem. We can share the presentation on your behalf.
Oh,
presentation,
yes, I can share the presentation, but I would like to keep my camera off. I can share the screen, okay?
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Thank
you. Mr. Tayyab Hussain's paper is on reflection of British art schools on Indian fine arts pedagogy. Over to you, Mr. Hussain.
Thank you. So the topic of my presentation is a shift from colonial art education model to contemporary trends in India. So first we need to understand what were the colonial art education and what were their trends. So first I would like to just give a background history just within a line that East India Company established in Bengal in 1757. And at that moment, most of the artists, Indian artists especially, they were seen as artisans and craftsmen only because they were documenting flora, fauna, archaeological and architectural works and other incidents and encounters of Britishers. And at that moment, the situation of art school, the earlier art schools, that was like they were following the whole South Kensington model of art education. It's a school in London that later formed as and renamed as the Royal College of Art. Then I'm coming to the oil paintings in India, how it started. So actually it was Western art that contributed oil paintings to colonial India. Oil portraits emerged in late 18th century, long before art establishment of art schools. And rulers at that time, they were decorating their rooms by oil paintings just to impress the British lords. And even the fashion of hanging pictures onto the walls and hanging paintings that originated at that period, just before the establishment of art schools at the time of company period, or you may say British Raj. Next, I have the slide for colonial art schools. So Madras Art School was the first art school that was established by British powers. It was established in 1850 by Alexander Hunter. Today, we know it by the name Government College of Fine Arts, Chennai. Another significant school was Calcutta School, established just 4 years after Madras Art School in 1854. Today, we know it as Government College of Art and Craft. Another significant British pedagogic model of school was Bombay School, that is JJ School of Art, established in 1857. And Lahore was another that I'm not going to discuss more. Lahore School that we know as Mayo College of Art, that was established in 1875. They were the 4 major art schools that were established during colonial powers in India. So here are a few of the photographs. It's the first one is of Calcutta Art School. A still life class is going on that was taken in 1930. And another photograph too was from the same school taken in the same year. It's a live class, life study. So we can see that the students are using easels, paintings, and the whole idea was to conceive academic realism. Academic realism basically means just to copy from the object rather than going into the concept and details. So that was the whole idea of British art schools, and European paintings were at that situation. They were following the same pattern. Even the London schools and other European schools were following the same thing. And here another slide, we have the example that how they kept in JJ School of Art, they kept the classical casts and models. Here we can say see an example. And another one is the theme is same. The subject is different. It's Indian subject, but the technique and realistic approach is same. And another photograph is a sketching session. It's of JJ School of Art. The photograph was taken in 1930s. Now I'm coming to the artist of Sir JJ School of Art, Abalal Rahman. The sketching of Abalal Rahman, you can see how it contains details and realist work, figurative approach and realistic approach, how he used the light and shades within pencil and charcoal. Another example is a work by Pestonji Bamanji done in 1890. It's a portrait completely done in realistic style that was introduced by Britishers. The other example is of M.V. Dhurandhar, a painting Radha and Krishna done in 1915. He was very much inspired by the realistic works of Raja Ravi Verma, and he tried to capture the Indian themes, the mythical themes within the realistic approach. So here is one of his example, and the other example is of Pitha Wala. He is too from Sir JJ School of Art. The work was done in 1934. You can guess that how they were copying the whole pattern of portraiture, the shades of brown, burnt umber and black, chiaroscuro sort of feel he has put into the portraiture. Then I'm coming on to that how the British model is reflected in Indian pedagogy, in Indian art education. So the first thing is that teacher-centric model. That was true teacher-centric model. The teacher was the authority. He was guiding that how to put pencil onto the paper, how to move from drawing to sketching, then sketching to oil paintings. Then academic style was there at that moment. Even today, so many art colleges are following the same pattern. Easel painting, today we use easel paintings, we are using canvases, oil paintings, and we are considering oil painting as best medium. In majority of the art schools and colleges in India, we consider that oil painting, if you have achieved a good approach in oil painting, then you have mastered the painting actually. So it happens even today. And similar subjects are there, as in British period, we had sketching, drawing, still life, portraits, and landscapes. Even today, we have these subjects in art colleges. And it's more imitative. The focus is more on imitation and copying the object and subject rather than innovation. And even in many art colleges, we have a specific subject copy from old masters, where we do copy European masters especially, just to gain a realistic approach over oil paintings. Now I'm coming to the contemporary trends. When contemporary trends started in India, so it was in 1990s.
Mr. Tayyab Hussain, we just conclude in next 2 minutes.
Sure. Okay.
Thank
you.
So
it was in 1990s that emergence of new media art established in India, when Western curators arrived in India and they exposed Indian artists. And globalization was another factor, and awareness about new media, it also happened at the same moment. Now, the new models, somewhere there are also several schools who are following the new models towards contemporary trends. They are diminishing the gap between academic practices, the British inspired model, and contemporary practices. So I have chosen 2 examples. One is of JNU and another one is of Ambedkar University, Delhi. In JNU, we see that they have a School of Arts and Aesthetics established in 2005. They are focusing more on theoretical and critical study of cinema, visual and performing arts. Another example is of AUD, Ambedkar University. They too are focusing on new visions in arts pedagogy and practices in India. They have genre and subjects like visual arts, creative writing, performance, cinema and dance. In last slide, I am just discussing about the platforms who are responsible for the establishment and a link between academic practices and contemporary practices. So first one is FICA, Foundation of Indian and Contemporary Arts. Another one is Khoj, established in 1997. It organizes workshops, talks, and all these things. Even it has peers residency. It's for master's final year students. And Kochi Biennale is another significant international exhibition, which is very helpful to connect the academic practices, to connect students to the mainstream practices. And this is how I conclude. Since the inception of British art education in India, Indian art schools are somewhere following the old British pedagogy, including teacher-centric model and all I have discussed earlier. On the other hand, there is a gap between such academic practices and mainstream practices. That's why students are unable to fit into the contemporary practices. They are unable to access that field of mainstream practices. But gradually we are developing towards new pedagogic model to fulfill the contemporary needs. That's all. Thanks to everyone. That was the last presentation, I think.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tayyab Hussain.
You're welcome.
An engaging presentation. With that, we have come to the end of the 3rd technical session on art education and practice in contemporary times. Now, I kindly request our Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, to address the gathering and just say a few words.
Thank you, Gitika. Good afternoon once again. First, give a big clap for yourself. We had a long day today. I can understand many of you getting restless because generally you are not in habit of sitting for so long, and many of you work in the studios also. That may be understandable. So today we had got 16 research papers, and 10 invited speakers for this international conference on innovations in visual arts. We started the national conference on innovations in visual arts in 2016. And from that time, we are continuing. So just for your information, since there are the students from first year, second year, that we are continuing. And except for 1 year, I think so it is every year we are doing this activity. And our basic objective is to get the researchers, academicians, industry together. And just for your information, I'm repeating that many times we feel as a student that why this is happening, what were we doing for whole day. So see, you come every day for attending the classes. You got the faculty members taking the classes, maybe theory, practical. But here, you are being able to understand or know or listen from researchers across the world. And if it is spread every day, it may take many a days. So when I say that today you got around 25 people to whom you have heard, and many of them, just see the names of the keynote speakers, Google it, and you'll find yourself that all of them, I should say, are much known figures. And I must also admit that it is not easy for even us to call them every time. It's not very easy actually. So even if they take out the time and spend 15 to 20 minutes to share their thoughts, it is something appreciable. So once again, I would like to thank all the esteemed speakers for the day who came here and spent time. And particularly, I would like to thank the delegates who have registered, researchers who have submitted the interesting papers. And I'm sure that once we get the full text, we will come out with the research proceeding for your information. We publish it as the book also that will be available. So one will be able to see those interesting research which have been just shared in 5 to 6 minutes, that what was it, one will be able to understand and refer it much more in detail. And I would like to thank a whole team of the MIT School of Fine Arts, particularly the organizing team, which had put up a lot of effort in putting up the event together. Thanks to all of you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for those inspiring words. I, Varun Sahai, Program Coordinator, Amity School of Fine Arts, feel honored to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of ICIVA team. Firstly, I would like to thank our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, sir, for providing us this platform. I would like to sincerely thank all the honorable delegates who enlightened us with their words of wisdom. If time is money, we have spent millions on us today. The keynote speakers include Professor John Zika, School of Art and Design, Western Carolina University, USA. Shri Advik Garnayak ji, Director General, NGMA, Ministry of Culture. Shri Jatin Das, Eminent Artist and Chairman, JD Center of Art. Shri Sanjay Tiwari, CEO, Jux Consultant. Shri Satish Gupta, Eminent Artist. Shri Veer Munshi, Eminent Artist. Ms. Nandini Bagala, Eminent Artist. And Ms. Jaisal Homwazir, who is Eminent Animator. I would like to sincerely thank all the our chairperson, ma'am, Mrs. Divya Chauhanji, who is chairperson, Amity School of Fine Arts, Fashion Technology and Performing Arts. Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, sir, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean and Director General, Faculty of Applied Art, Fine Arts, Performing Arts and Visual Arts. Words are not enough to thank you for your constant guidance and support to shape this conference, sir. From IT team, Mr. Samir, Samar, Mr. Arvind, Mr. Rajiv. From Amity School of Communication, Mr. Pradeep Sood, Mr. Ramesh Chandra, Media Department. All the faculty members present here, all the wonderful audience, the volunteers who are on their toes today to put this act together and coordination. Thank you all. Have a blessed day.